What is going on, everybody out there in the virtual reality world? My name is Logan, and this is Decode Your Reality, and thanks for joining me tonight on this, wherever you're at. It's Saturday night, and it's Saturn Day. It's the Four of Diamonds Day, card number 30, and we have a massive attack playing in the background, which means I can't monetize this transmission, but I don't really care about that. I just rather play what I like. I'm going to play this song again a few times. And thank all of you for joining me tonight, folks. You know, you could have been anywhere tonight, and you've come to join this transmission, and kudos to you. So I'm looking forward to sharing some space with all of you tonight, and kind of just going all over the place. You know, what's your question? We have the cards, of course. We're probably going to do a collective conscious card pull. Excuse me, I'm drinking some Pellegrino, so I'm getting some feedback on that. But anyway, I'm going to probably do another conscious card pull with all of you tonight. I'm going to wait for a whole bunch of users to get on. I'm going to try to hit 100, 120 tonight, maybe. Let's see if we can get this to 150. I don't know. I'm just having fun with this. And first and foremost, before I start this, folks, I wanted to ask at least one of you, how's this transmission coming across? Is it smooth? Is my voice matched up with what you're hearing? And how does the transmission look? I have to ask you because I'm doing this live. So Maximiliano, yeah, enjoy the ride. Exactly. That's I guess I'm going to coin that for my own benefit. Enjoy the ride, folks. That's all you have to do. Enjoy the freaking ride, man. Be a good person. Don't be an asshole. You know, that's, I guess that's my suggestion. And again, everything that I say are my opinions and truths, subject to change, of course, because as you continually do this great research, you realize that, you know, there are things that end up taking precedence over. Okay, thanks for the feedback, Gaia. Smooth lag. Okay, cool. So as I was saying, you know, when you do this research, when you start to decode reality, you realize that, you know, certain things end up becoming king of the hill, and then something gets knocked off the hill and something replaces that. And I'm constantly putting out content, especially on my social media page. If you're not connected with me on Facebook, please connect with me on Facebook. I'm going to, actually, I can probably leave the link once I get started here. But anyway, if you're not following me on social media, please follow me on social media. Thanks for following me here, folks. All the kudos to you, all of you great decoders that are watching this live, and then of course watching this broadcast recorded. Doesn't really matter because the timing is always of the essence, and the information that you get at this present moment is all that matters. It doesn't matter if this is a month down the line. You're going to get this information at the very exact moment that you need to get it to. Okay. Thomas, what's your question for? Yeah, I kind of went out of sequence. I think I had it, and then I put 5 instead of 4, and that's why you're seeing the missing 4. So, I don't know. I guess it's kind of a hidden track. I don't know. I guess that's the only thing I can say about that right now. But that's why I ended up skipping 4 for some reason, because I was changing the graphics, and it went to 5, and that's the reason why you're missing the 4. So, anyway. Tam, thanks for giving us an Aquarius reading. Okay, we'll get into the Aquarius. Folks, you know, if you ask me a question and I miss it, folks, you know, listen, I have been blessed, maybe you have too, but I've been blessed with having ADHD. It's not a disease, it's not a curse, it's a blessing if you know how to use it. So oftentimes, what will happen for me is I will talk about something and then I'll go off in a different direction and I'll start chasing that. And I've read a lot of books on ADHD. And I've learned that, you know, you're like a hunter and you're chasing the rabbit into the woods with your gun, and then a fox comes out and you stop chasing the rabbit and you go into the fox, and then the fox you're chasing for a while, and then out pops a deer and you're forgetting about the fox and you're now chasing the deer. That's what it's like to have ADHD, but there are a lot of perks with having the diagnosis of ADHD. I got diagnosed with it when I was 10 years old. And I've read a lot of books on it, and I realized that it's a it's a benefit. It's part of my code that has given me a lot of strut. So maybe you have that too. And if anybody told you it's a disease, in my opinion, that's completely not true. Okay? So Aquarius, yeah. So I'm going to be all over the place, folks. I go off on tangents. I have my rants. We're going to get into some card readings. I'm going to take some phone calls. We'll get some people on the stream, and we'll get some phone calls if you want to hear your voice be heard tonight. You know, now's the time, folks. Don't be a shy person. You know, I don't have to mention your name. You don't have to say your name. I'm going to say your area code, and that's it. You don't have to say who you are. It's not a matter of you being put on the spot in the spotlight. I mean, this is just like being on the radio, you know. But if you have something to say, now's the time to say it. If you have a question, now's the time to say it. Just try to keep your phone calls directed towards decoding reality, okay? I've researched, I've not researched, I've looked back on some of my previous calls, and some people end up wanting to get and talking to their personal life, which I totally understand. I get that. It's kind of like decode your reality is mixed in with personal development. And, you know, I've been involved in personal development for a very long time. So it kind of goes hand in hand. So I don't mind helping some of you out, giving you suggestions as part of what I do. But if you have some kind of topic you want to talk about, if you have something you want to discuss in your life, let's try to keep it on the decoding level, okay? And we'll keep things flowing. So, but thanks all. Look, I'm reading through your comments. You know, folks, listen, if it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be here doing this, because if I didn't have an audience, you know, what would be the point of just putting it out there in the ether and nobody paying attention to it? And it's, you know, a lot of you have sparked a lot of what I do. And so a lot of thanks goes into many of you out there that decode reality, and a lot of your ideas have been embedded in a lot of my ideas that you're being seen on my Decode Your Reality channel. So thank each and every one of you for that. I want to give a shout out to my all my Patreons and the donators out there. You know who you are. I really, really appreciate it. You keep me going. It keeps me inspired. And then, of course, one of my sponsors is the healersproject.com. Is what this shirt is here, is one of the shirts. If you like this shirt, it's the yin yang. Go on to the healersproject.com. Support this mission. And a lot of the designs on the Healers Project are from yours truly. Because I am a graphic designer. All the video stuff you see, everything's done by me. I've self-taught myself. Photoshop, Illustrator, After Effects, Adobe Premiere. The majority of the videos that I use, that you see on my Decode Your Reality channel, is made by Camtasia. And I mix that with Adobe Premiere. But anyway, folks, let's get into some of your questions here. And if this is your first time here, welcome out and thanks for joining in, folks. This is so much fun when I do these. It's great. Let's see what we got. Actually, let me just change this music here first real quick, folks. Okay. So let's see what we got for you, folks. Let's see. Some of you, I wanted to address this. I really wanted to say this because there are some people that, for some reason, they get annoyed when I say folks a lot. And that's just my style, I guess, you know. But so I get some people, and it's a small amount of people that have given me, like, the music's too loud, and I get that. Like, it's very hard and challenging to appease to everybody and to make everybody happy. So if you're one of those people that have said, you know, this and that, if you're kind of critiquing my transmissions and my broadcasts and my videos, it's very challenging. I try to make everything very generalized. I try to make everything to where everybody will be happy, but you can't really please everybody. You know, if I go to a country western concert, which is my least favorite music besides rap, the last thing I'm going to do is go in front of the artist and say, you know, you shouldn't be singing that way, or the bass is too loud, or you're twanging that guitar too loud, or I don't like the way you're twanging that guitar when you're playing your country western song. Don't go to the country western concert. You know, so I just want to be clear on that, because I'm very raw and candid, and I'm an artist, okay? And what you're seeing with my Decode Reality, the channel, and all this is all my own creation. Yeah, I do cherry pick different pieces of music from a lot of great artists, which is why I can't monetize, because I like using a lot of amazing songs. But everything you're seeing through my Decode Your Reality channel is all my own creations, and it's challenging to make everybody happy. So I'm sorry if I can't have the music at your level that you want it. I'm sorry if you don't like the music I choose. I'm sorry if you don't like the way I address people and saying folks. Okay, that's just my style, and I'm aware of it, because of some of you saying that. So I'm trying to tone it down a little bit, but it's tough sometimes because I'm just being me. And the me trying to change for you is like me trying to make you change and not do the things in your life. And that's not how the code is in our reality. And that's, in my opinion, as far as relationships, folks, if you're in a love relationship, the last thing you want to do is tell your partner how to live their life. And a lot of you do it. And trust me, when I say this to all of you, I'm guilty as charged. I'm not just saying it to be this teacher. I'm the student as well. And I'm guilty of that. I've had my fair of failures when it comes to love relationships. But the last thing you want to do is tell your partner, hey, you shouldn't be doing that, or you should be doing this. That's where confrontation ends up becoming highlighted in a relationship. It's just let your partner do you and let them do, you do you and you let them do them. And that's why decoding reality, folks, is so important, especially you. I mean, it's fun decoding movies and music and all the things you're seeing on the world stage, but decoding who you are is the most important thing. And then your partner would be second. And your kids, if you have kids, you should know how your kids are going to behave when they get older. That's like a cheat sheet, is like the cards of illumination, knowing what your cards are, knowing what your tarot is, knowing what your astrology chart means, the interpretation of that, your human design. You should know what your personality type test is. Type is. You should take the personality type test every 6 months to a year because personalities change. You should know what your Enneagram is. You should know what your Mayan astrology is. All of these layers are going to help you download the bullet points and the instruction manual of who you are. And that is the most important thing, because we are now moving, if we haven't already moved, into the age of Aquarius. And it's all about, all these ages have something to them. And the age of Aquarius is I know thyself. Do you know yourself? I can ask so many people online, tell me about yourself, describe, and you'll just get like, oh, I like this, and I like this food, and I like people, and I like to be around animals, and so that's not you. That's not how you earn a living. That's not your breaking point. Some of you are born philanthropists and you're not moving towards that. Some of you are born humanitarians and you're not moving towards that. You should know what your life path is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. What do all these life paths mean? And those are things that all of you should know. You should know what your kids' life's path. I mean, I've had people come on here like, oh, I don't have time to decode myself because I have 4 kids. So I got 2 kids. You should be doing a family sit down every single weekend and decoding each other as a family instead of playing cards games or video games or watching your favorite movies or television shows. Shut that shit off. Stuff just is a distraction. Focus on decoding the family and realizing why you're here. And folks, like I'm going to tell you, one of the things that you can do, here's a nugget for all of you. Okay. And I'm going to get into some of your questions. My parents, okay, all of you should know who your parents are. If you know who your parents are. Some of you that were adopted, you should know who your adopted parents are. But you should know their birthdays, and then you got to go study their cards. And if you have any brothers and sisters, you should know what their card is. This right here, folks, these are my parents right here in the cards. A pocket 10. My dad is the 10 diamonds, and my mom is the 10 clubs. Excuse me. And then I have a sister, she's the 9 of clubs, I'm the king of clubs, ace spades. But there's my parents right there. Card 36 and card 23. You should know what your parents are, folks. And then you can realize a part of why you're here, because everything's connected inside this reality. There's no separation. It may be a little watered down, but there's no separation. So you should know who your parents are. And if you don't know, then I'm going to suggest that you do. The website that you can go to, I'm going to put it inside the chat box right now. It's called It's All in the Cards. It's my friend Sharon. She's the card reader of almost 3 or 4 decades. And she has classes. There it is. It's allinthecards.com. You should go there and check out, type in the birthdays of everybody around you, your friends, your boss. Ask your boss what his birthday is, her birthday. Hey, what's your birthday, by the way? I read cards. I like astrology. Whatever you got to say. Because it gives you an advantage to know what that person is all about. If you want to buy a gift for that person for their birthday, you may get a clue by looking at their card, their sun sign, their rising sign. All of these are clues. And I'm telling you, if you give your boss a present for his birthday or his or her birthday, and it's something that they actually will enjoy, and you found it based upon their blueprint, they're going to like you that much more, and you're going to have less resistance at your job. It's not a matter of trying to, to win over people. It's just a matter of creating the best hedonistic environment that you possibly can. That's what the name of the game is. In decoding reality, is discovering who you are, why you're here, and then everybody that you surround yourself with in your immediate circle. Jim Rohn, the great personal development coach, he said, you're the average of the 5 people you spend the most time with. Who are those 5 people that you spend the most time with? There I'm going to find who you are, because birds of a feather flock together. That's not an accident. Like attracts like. That's not an accident. So I'm suggesting, as I always do, decoding who you are is the very most important thing you can do during this age. You got to know what your true power is, folks. That's what it's all about. You got to know your true power. Okay. So let's get to some of your questions. So Gaia, I found a 10 clubs card randomly on some railroad tracks on my daily hike a few days ago. Yeah, it's a sign, man. 10 clubs, 23rd card. What does the 23 mean? You got to go into a string of pi. So how I decode, let me kind of go into, this is a great question, and a lot of you are going to benefit from this, okay? So when I'm decoding, like right now I have an upcoming decode called Prison Planet. That's the next one I'm working on. I know a lot of you are probably applauding that because you've been waiting for this decode, as have I. And it's shifted gears so many times. And you know what triggered it for me to pull it off the shelf was decoding the longest running television animation show in the history of television. It's a German show, and it has to do with puppets. And that's what we are. We're puppets. You got the puppet master. That's why I've said puppet master so much. Humans are just puppets being played. But anyway, when I decode and I find a number, like Gaia said, I found this 10 clubs card. Well, you should know what number this is. Like if you don't have my graphics that I give to everybody, send me an email and I'll send them to you. It's decodeyourreality@gmail.com. And I'll send you the graphics that I've created with all the cards in their numerical sequence, the tarot, all that stuff. And there's several layers with the tarot. 23rd card in the deck. It's the 10. You know why? Okay, the British government, their address is 10 Downing Street. You think that's an accident? Do you think it has anything to do with this card? Abso-friggin-lutely it does. 10 is a standalone, original, beautiful number. It's the number of all numbers in the binary system. It's the 0 and 1. It's the masculine, feminine. Service is the number 1. But if you're finding cards, you should put it into the string of pi. Find out where that's located at. Where's the 23 found? What digits does it occupy in the string of pi? You're going to get 2 because it covers 2 digits. You add those 2 digits up, you get a standalone digit. You can reduce it down to a single digit. There's one way. Then you can go and look into the string of pi and find out how many digits, 23 digits are in, and add up all those 23 digits. Get an outcome there. Then you can take the 23 and bring it into the Royal Society of Chemistry, into the periodic table. 23rd element is vanadium, and then the other clue is that the atomic weight of vanadium is 50.942. It has other ones as well. You can go look at how many isotopes that vanadium has. Vanadium is the V. So this 23rd card is attached to the letter V. It's attached to the letter V. 23, what's the 23rd letter in the English alphabet? You got to just look at all these layers, and then you take notes. If you're new to this, if you're starting out as a decoder and you want to learn how to decode, or you want to decode your reality, taking notes is the best way you can do it. I mean, if you're like me, I'm in the virtual world. I love my technology. I got a Mac and I use my notepad. When I'm doing a decode, I do everything in Photoshop on my graphics. And then I create all my slides, start creating my slides, do my research, and then I open up a notepad and I start putting in things in there that are going to be slides, because I'll forget. I go, like I said, I have ADHD and it takes me on all these different avenues, and I may go from one and then all of a sudden, boom, I'll go on to another thing. And many of you have seen that in my transmissions of previous, what's your question? And podcasts, I just go off on these tangents. And you may be the same exact way, but so you should open up Notepad, take notes. And for those of you that are seeing number sequences, I'm seeing 44, 444, seeing 1111. The worst thing you can do, in my opinion, is go to Google and put in, what does 1111 mean? Or because you're going to get these people that are going to put out their opinion, and it's so broad stroke. You can't just take one instance of seeing a number on the clock and saying, oh, well, what does that mean? If you see patterns of it, that's when you start, and you got to log that stuff. This world, this reality is based on patterns. It's not a one-hit wonder. It's all based upon patterns. Sacred John, it's all patterns. The golden ratio, pi, there's patterns in there. So if you're finding a card on the ground, well, you should know what the card number is. You should know where it's found in the string of pi. You should go see if it's a prime number. When you get advanced and you get this under your belt as a decoder and decode, and again, how do you practice? Decode yourself. Decode who you are. What is on the calendar, what's the day of the year? It's going to have 2 digits. You're going to have your day of the year, and then you're going to have it in leap years. You got to, it's both. And I'm going to tell you folks, numbers encroach. So when you go into the string of pi and you look up at a compound number, for instance, the number 19, which is linked to the sun card. It's linked to the word battery. The sun's a battery. So now we're getting a foundation. When you go put the number 19 into the string of pi, it's going to be found at a certain digit. And it's going to occupy 2 spaces. The number 19 is. It's not just going to occupy 1. And that number 19 is going to be the 37th and the 38th decimal digits of pi. So now you have 37 and 38. What is 37 and 38 when you add it up? Then now you have another outcome. You can reduce that down. Now I'm going to suggest as well, try to keep the numbers as authentic as you can. And what I mean by that is if the number is 38, try to observe the number as 38 and not reduce it to an 11 and then number 2. You'd want to do that. You want to do all those layers. But really, it's a matter of looking at the number as its whole component. 38 is 38 in its truest form. So when you take the 3 and 8 and separate them apart, there's another layer you can observe from, like your birthday. If you're born on the 24th, you can take the 2 and the 4 and you can separate it, and you can read from what does the number 2 mean? What does the number 4 mean? Well, you can go into the chakras and realize the second chakra is the sacral, all about duality and procreation, tied to Taurus and Venus, of course. And then the 4 is related to the heart, owned and operated by Cancer and the moon in astrology. So you have all these layers, and you should know these about yourself. If you can't afford to get a reading from somebody, if you don't, not even about afford it, if you don't want to spend the money, if you're one of those people that I'd rather do the research on my own, totally fine. But you should be spending every single weekend, as much free time as you can, on figuring out what your code is and mastering yourself. I can attest to that. That's the reason why I'm sitting in front of all of you and why you're seeing my Decode Reality. I'm closing in on 200 videos. I'm getting close to hitting 200 videos, and I'm living out my code. I wake up every day. I'm extremely happy. I teach people that same exact thing, especially when I do readings. I'm like, I'm all about hedonism, and it doesn't have to be pleasure as far as sexuality is concerned. I'm talking about being happy as much as you possibly can. That's the name of the game. Who wants to live in suffering? Not me. I don't. You, ladies and gentlemen, don't. So the name of the game, folks, is not only decoding your reality, but it's also personal development. And that involves health and wellness. I'm a nutritionist. So when I do my coaching, I bring in health and wellness. I have a detox. I give the detox away. It's a 22-day detox. If you want the detox, send me an email and I'll send it to you. I don't want nothing in return. Just give me your results. Tell me the feedback. If you drop 20 pounds, most people drop 20 pounds. If you got to lose 20 pounds, this 22-day detox will do it for you. It's all laid out. There's videos in there linked to my other coaching channel. and I give it away. Give it away. That's all good. I'm a creator. I'll keep creating stuff. I'm not afraid to give stuff away. That's me though. But all of these layers are important of decoding. You should be the healthiest you can be. If you can work out, you should work out. Don't be selfish. If you can eat good, eat good. Eat the best you possibly can. A little party going on outside. There's a birthday party over here in the courtyard. So you guys can't hear because my microphone doesn't pick that stuff up. But they're hooting and hollering out there. But anyway, folks, that's how you decode yourself, folks. You not only go into the mystical arts, but, you know, there's medical astrology. Some of you have problems with your digestion, and you don't even pay attention to it. You just suffer with the digestion. A lot of you have what's called candida. Candida is a yeast overgrowth in the gut area. Some of you don't take probiotics, and you should. Some of you don't eat like you probably should. You know that, but you know you're stuck in a habit, in a vicious circle. But you have to take supplements. Your body needs 90 nutrients. All of this stuff, even though it has really nothing to do with decoding reality, like what does it have to do with how we got here with incarnation? Well, it has everything to do because it's all part of the game. It has everything to do with it. So anyway, there's one of my rants. Oh, sorry. So let me see. What's the 210 card and what does it mean? Tam. I don't know what you mean, Tam. What's the 210 card? Not sure what that means. Kate King is asking, would love to hear your thoughts on the recent Egypt parade of mummies. I don't know anything about it. I haven't really been following a lot of the news, so I must have missed that one. But if you want to send me what you found on it, I'll take a look at it. I love it. Let me tell you something. Since we're talking about Egypt, I'm a huge Egyptian fan. Huge. More than I tell all of you, because to me, it has antiquity. That's why antiques are worth a lot more money. That's why older baseball cards are worth more than newer ones. Listen, if you were raised in any religion and you never studied ancient Egypt, you never studied the Upanishads, you never read the Vedas, you just read the Bible or the Quran or whatever, I mean, you're missing out because it's all connected, right? And find your solace. But to me, ancient Egypt predates everything. I mean, you're talking 3,000 years before the 0 point, and then you got Rome, 600 years after that. It's ancient Egypt is so much older. Some of you, if you believe in reincarnation, some of you were part of ancient Egypt. If you can get your Akashic records, I have a friend, her name's Tien, she's super busy, but if you can get your Akashic records read, it's fun because then you have more keys to your kingdom. I know when I got my Akashic records read, folks, man, it opened up so many doors. I realized, I was so grateful. I think I said this on my last transmission. I went through the whole reading and I wasn't really getting anything, but I'm patient because I know sometimes you'll get it the next day or whatever. And then at the very end, she's like, oh yeah, I want to tell you were this and this and that. And then it clicked and dawned on me. And then I realized why I'm decoding a lot of the things that I do. So ancient Egypt, folks, if you haven't, there's a great website so there's a great YouTube channel. It's called, what the heck's it called? Something Maps. I'll have to try to remember and get it pulled up for the next time. But there's this channel that has all this, it's all about mapping everything. And one of them is ancient Egypt, and you can do the Greek mythology and you can do the Roman stuff and you can do the biblical stuff. And it's amazing, right? But folks, ancient Egypt predates them all. And yet, have we forgotten? Are we so fixed on something that came out 3,600 years later called Christianity? Are we so fixated on that and we've forgotten what predates it so many thousands of years before, according to history? I mean, who knows? No one really has the timelines, and there's nothing that can be absolutely proven. But folks, we have hieroglyphs, we have the pyramids, we have the tombs. Those are real. And as far as I'm concerned, history repeats itself, and I feel personally myself that there's a lot of plagiarism going on. And the stories that you hear from the Roman times are plagiarized from the Egyptian times. That's just my opinion. You don't have to agree with that. That's totally fine. We don't have to agree upon everything, folks, but you got to use your common sense and logic. It's just, it's a must. And most people, not you, but most people don't have any freaking common sense. I clearly see it when I walk outside and I see people wearing masks outside. I'm like, I totally get if that's your prerogative, but it tells me where they're at, people. And I'll ask you, like, what are you wearing? Why are you wearing a mask? I mean, I'm not saying don't wear one, but why are you wearing one outside or driving your car? Why are you wearing one when you're exercising? I mean, it's just, are you that programmed? I'm sure most of you that are hearing this are probably laughing and you're like, I don't do that. Okay, so good. But part of decoding your reality, folks, is waking up from the slumber, not partaking in the bullshit game. You don't have to get on the ride. I mean, when you go to an amusement park, do you get on every friggin' ride? No. That's what this life's all about. It's a big amusement park, and you have the ability to buy a ticket and go on any ride you want. Oh, I want to go on the Democratic ride. Okay, here you go. Turn on CNN. You'll get plenty of that. Enjoy that ride. Then you want to get on the Republican ride. Some of you are Trump supporters. That's totally fine. It's part of the code. Mr. Jupiter himself. That's the Republican ride. You can get on that one. See, I'm not into that kind of stuff, folks. I'm into my ride. Because those people don't pay attention to me. They don't pay attention to you. You should be paying attention to you. Raising your consciousness. Raising your education. The time you spend watching the debates is time taken away from you decoding yourself. What's more important? Watching a debate, watching two guys just go at it and it's all staged anyway? Or is it more important to put into decoding who you are, your family, your partner? Some of you don't even know who your partner is. You know, you can't just get into a relationship with another person. And then I don't care how long you spend with that person. I mean, and there is a breaking point. Like my parents are going to be celebrating their 51st wedding anniversary in September. It's amazing, right? Different era back then, but that doesn't excuse anything on why people can't do it now, but whatever, it's for a different story. But you know, people do not take the time to decode their partners. I don't know why. I won't even date anybody unless I know what their birthday is. If they don't willing to give up their birthday, forget it. I'm not interested. Not interested. I want to know what I'm going to get. I want to know what I'm going to get. I mean, do you go to a restaurant? I mean, I know we order food at restaurants, sight unseen, like you've never been there before. But, you know, I mean, you pretty much know what you're going to get, right? And then it's like, tasted good, tasted bad. I mean, if you order spaghetti and meatballs, you know pretty much what spaghetti and meatballs taste like. But if you start dating a Sagittarius, you don't know what you're going to get. You get a basic fundamental of, I'm dating a Sagittarius, it's a Sagittarius sun. Well, where's their moon at? How's their emotions? Where's their dragon's head? Where's their north node? Where's their Rahu? Where's their Ketu? How much degrees is their Saturn? Where's their Saturn located at? There are 12 houses, including the number 13, which is your pupil. You know, astrology, I've said this so many times, I keep saying it, folks. The natal chart is your freaking eye. That's what it is. Astrology charts are your eyeball. And you got two. So you have your chart, your blueprint of when you were born, and then you got the current chart. And you can do the transits. That's how astrology works. It's our eyes. It's pretty simple. I don't know why nobody ever came to when it hit me, I was like, wow, that's it. It's our eye, and it makes perfect sense. And I know that to be true now after doing, countless readings. But each and every one of you, you should know your natal chart inside and out. You should know where your planets are, and those are your team players. You're the coach of the team, and you got to know, like, your Saturn. Where's your Saturn placed? Your Saturn has a specific code to it, energy. It's its own team member. Like, I look at all the planets as team members, and you're the coach of the team. What does a good coach do? He puts the exact players on the field that belong in the exact positions. You don't put Tom Brady in as the punter or a wide receiver. No, he's a freaking quarterback. So you got to know, like, where's your Saturn at? You're not going to change the position of the Saturn, but at least you'll know where the Saturn is and what kind of energy it's giving off and the matching of the zodiac wheel on the outside. And if there are other planets in there, these are all important integral parts of figuring out who you are. Okay? All right, let's get to some of your questions. Let's get to some more. So there's my from Egypt. I go from that to see how I go on tangents. Okay, thanks for your comments. Levkada, thank you. Beautiful soul. Well, everybody's a beautiful soul, man, that's here. All right, Solomon. I was given a card at the hardest time of my life almost 8 years ago from the Thoth deck. Thoth is all about the green. It says fountain at the top and sin at the bottom. Have not found info on it. Well, you can decode the words. Let me look. Fountain and let's see what that means. Fountain. Well, I mean, we know sin is 9. Fountain is 37. And sin is 9. Together, they form the number 46. 46 is Jesus and Lucifer. 46 is the tree of life. Anytime you ever see the number 46, folks, it's linked to Jesus and Lucifer, which is the two twins. It's linked to the tree of life, which is what we're all playing out. It's the mirror of the 64, which is the 64 possible codons in our DNA, which is why a chessboard has 64 squares on it. 46 is the heart and the third eye. Those two chakras. That's how you synchronize all this stuff. And then, 37 is tied to the Jack in the Box. We're all Jack. If you're a female, you're a Jill. And the 37 is tied to the sun and the moon, the Ark of the Covenant that goes over the head. So the fountain is 37 and sin as 9. Together they form the 46. I want you all to remember this, folks. Just please realize this. Inside your brain, my brain, your brain, that comes off the gray matter in your brain, which has the all-seeing eye in there, by the way, linked to antimony, which is what runs you. But inside the brain, it has two kind of roots. There's dorsal root and the ventral root, and they form a Y, and they come off the gray matter, and they split. Well, guess what dorsal and ventral equals in numerology? 40 freaking 6. Jesus, Lucifer. I showed this many times. We are a combination of Jesus and Lucifer. Good cop, bad cop. That's why we do the things we do. And since we're made in the image and likeness of the architect, guess what the architect has? An ego and a spirit, if you want to look at it that way. Good cop, bad cop. There's no separation. And I, people are starting to realize this as we move forward into this game, and we realize that, I think part of the game with waking up is not only decoding yourself, finding your true power, but realizing that it's all part of the code and there's no separation. And these stories, a lot of them are just watered down stories to keep you busy enough where you're not going to awaken to that state. That's part of the game. Like, no one's going to hand you the red carpet. The majority of you out there have really worked to earn your way through life. Sure, there are people that, they get the silver spoon, that story. But the majority of you out there listening to this transmission, you really have to attack life to get what you want. Life is not like just rolling the red carpet out. That's not how this game's set up. You got to work for it. Just look at go follow what ants do. Go look at an ant. You want to really understand or understand human beings? Go outside one day and go sit in front of an anthill and just grab a magnifying glass and just watch the ants and see what they do. That's the human beings. That's us. We're their macro. I mean, can you imagine if you're an ant and you're looking up at a human? We're miles tall. There's stories about human beings being miles tall, giants. So we are the macro to the micro of the ant, and then we're the micro to the macro of whatever created this reality. That's the way this works. All right, so let's get into more of your questions. Those who mind don't matter, and those who matter don't mind. Interesting, Adrian. Joe Abundance question: if religions are mining us for our gold based on our feelings, does this mean that Buddhism is truth based on being still, silent, letting go of desires? Everything, Joe, is currency in this reality. Everything. And, one day it hit me when I was watching a concert. Now, when I was growing up as a kid, one of the things that I wanted to do, I wanted to be a rock star. I did. When I got into the electronic music industry, I was looking at I was like, I'm going to be a DJ. And why? Well, I mean, I love the music, and some of you are musicians, so you love the music, born to play music. But it was one time I was watching a concert and I realized, because I'm looking at this crowd. It was, I don't remember where it was, but there was hundreds of thousands of people in the crowd. And what are they doing? The majority of them now. They're focusing all their energy, their eyes, on the stage. Whoever's on the stage is getting all this energy, because we know how energy works. That's how magic is. When you look at something, you give it your energy. That's why if you ever study in physics and science, you have the double slit experiment, and how when you don't look at something, it forms a certain pattern, but when you observe it, it has a defined pattern. Well, that's the same thing. When people are on stage playing music, they are accepting and getting all the energy from the crowd. So I decoded Michael Jackson and Prince. Imagine you're Michael Jackson and you finally hit your stride and you're going on tour, or you're a band and you're going like Metallica or something, and you're Led Zeppelin, you're going on tour and you're booking all these dates in all these towns across the world. Every time you go in front of a crowd, sold out crowd, whatever. I mean, these people played in front of massive crowds. You're getting all the energy from the crowd, all of it that pays attention to you. Where does that energy go? Well, I feel it gets stored up in the blood. That's why the blood's so sacred. So if you're an artist like Michael Jackson, and the majority of, you'll have entertainers on stage besides him and all that, but the majority of energy is going to Michael Jackson as he's performing on stage, when he's doing a video on MTV. People are looking at Michael Jackson. Anytime someone is singing a Michael Jackson song in the shower, they're giving energy to Michael Jackson. Anytime someone buys their album, Michael Jackson gets the energy. Anytime somebody talks about Michael Jackson, okay, like right now we're talking about Michael Jackson. Where's that energy going? Who's getting that energy? So these artists, they collect all this energy. And then it comes time to pay up. And when they die, when that blood gets spilled, yeah, sure, some people get murdered. Not all of them, though. Not everybody gets killed and taken out. It's just ludicrous thinking. Some of them really just die because they die. But where does that energy go? Who gets the energy? From all that energy being stored up for all those concerts and all that, everything. Who gets all that energy? The architect does. It's currency. It feeds the battery. Those people collect a massive, football players, baseball players. You go to church, the pastor, he's collecting, she's collecting. They're all collecting energy. It's all energy based. It's all making this battery collectively. You have your archetypes. I believe, churches are archetypes. Figures on stage, archetypes. Television shows, archetypes. Movies, music, they're all archetypes. And that's why I suggest to all of you, it's like, if you're gonna spend any time doing something in life, why would you end up why are you wasting your breath, your energy, because you're always doing magic? Why would you give it to a Democratic or a Republican parties, the Green Party? Why would you give it to anything Washington, D.C.? They don't deserve it. Do you give your energy to mosquitoes? Do you give your energy to the rats in the sewer? Energy is energy, folks. So we need to be conscious of this. That's how I believe the game is changing and moving into a different form based upon the script that was already written. We're just living, it's kind of like this. It's interesting because this transmission that I'm doing right now, it's not in real time, so to speak. Like those of you that are watching, there's going to be a lag. As some of you that call in, when you call in, I can hear myself talking, but it was something that I spoke about that's already in the past. It's lagging, but it's already scripted. It's already written. I already wrote it, but now you're hearing it on the lag side. So just be careful where you put your energy, folks. But that's how I feel it works. That's why, especially these mass killings, some of them are actually real. The one in Vegas, the 91 harvest, I broke that down. That ritual, that killing, all those people that died there, it was in front of the pyramid, the Luxor pyramid, and the pyramid has a light, which is the brightest light on top of that pyramid. It shoots up and you can see it up into space. I mean, it goes up a long way. So if you consciously think about all the energy that collected in front of the Luxor, when all those people were just absolute fear and chaos, it collected right in front of that pyramid, and it's very possible that energy went up into the magnetosphere and it's feeding something. That's how I think this stuff works. That's just my take on it, folks. It's just how my mind works. But nonetheless, getting back to your question, Joe, if you resonate with Buddhism and you like it, then do that. I feel that, what team do you work for? Darth Vader or Yoda? You both work for the same boss. You both work for the same boss. The boss is Darth Vader and Yoda. That's why I think people need to really understand. So Buddhism is no different than Taoism. It's no different than being a Christian or it's just a different wardrobe. Personally, I resonate more with Jainism because you're constantly looking around you and you're trying not to kill things. I mean, do you do that? When you go outside, do you make sure you don't step on insects? Or are you just not even paying attention? You're like, I'm busy, I gotta go to work. And that's the most people. Most people, they're constantly killing things when they walk outside. It's unavoidable. So we're all killers. I mean, if you kill an ant, an ant's not, the ant has family. What, just because it's an ant, the life of an ant is not as important as your dog or cat that is inside your house? I mean, why do people not, in America especially, in China it's different, but those of you that eat animals, it's a personal choice. But what's the difference of eating a cow versus a dog? Why are you not eating dog? Oh, that's disgusting. Folks, there's no difference. What, because it's domesticated? The reason why you don't eat a dog versus a cow is because you are programmed not to eat a dog or a cat. That's why you don't eat a dog or a cat. Because if you were programmed differently in China, that's what they do. But again, it's a personal choice. I'm not here. I'm not segregating people. Those of you out there that eat meat and stuff like that. That's a personal choice. It's not my decision. But clearly, when you really break it down and you realize, if you go watch, I learned so much by watching BBC's Planet Earth and those National Geographic. I've studied nature, how this ecosystem is built, and I learned more than I've ever learned. And then I integrated it with the mystical arts and all these platforms and human beings. I mean, the largest animal in the world is the whale, the blue whale. Do you know what it eats? Krill, which are a form of shrimp. It just opens up its mouth and tons of krill go inside the mouth of that whale. Those krill have family too, but nobody thinks about that stuff because it's just a krill. Oh, they're just ants. Oh, I'm just going to swat that wasp because it's, or I'm going to kill that fly. I get it. Listen, I've said on my podcast, mosquitoes, man, that I can't stand them. They're annoying, but I'm annoying to some people. I get it. I can't make everybody happy. So I'm annoying to some people. That's why I get thumbs down on my videos, probably, the people that I annoy. But mosquitoes annoy me. So on my end, the mosquitoes annoy me. Houseflies, freaking, they annoy me. It's like, man, but what's the purpose? I didn't make the mosquito, but it has a defined purpose. It sucks blood and it transports illnesses. That's the downside, above and beyond sucking the blood. But the mosquito, I tell the mosquito, they come in, I'm like, dude, you better kick stones. You better get out of here because I'm not going to tolerate you buzzing around my face. So I give them a chance. Sometimes it works, I think. I don't know, but I do it anyway because I know everything's consciousness. Whether it can really understand what I'm saying is besides the point. But I tell it, you better leave. That's the level I'm at in life. That's me personally. But I live in a high state of gratitude. I'm constantly talking to, everything's consciousness, this can. You know, why does your car drive better when you clean it and run it through the car wash and you get it waxed? I know all of you have done that and you're like, yeah, it just seems to run better. Pride of ownership. Your energy goes onto the car and it just ends up meshing and it feels better. But that's where the level I feel that all of us should be in this day and age of Aquarius is brotherhood, unity, non-judgmental. Let people freaking do what they want to do. Stop pointing the finger at the mosquito. I mean, a mosquito is no different than the Democrats. I know it's not even in the same category. I realize that. I know that's a stretch. But if you really observe the ecosystem, mosquitoes are freaking annoying. Democrats, the majority of them are annoying. It doesn't mean that they don't have love in it. Some of them are, you know, they have families and their kids love them and all this stuff. It's different when you're in a family. But when you're trying to take over the world or you're trying to be this king on the hill, it's a far different scenario. But you don't have to play their game. No one asked you to play their game. We just were raised in this, pushed into it. I don't play the game in the mosquito. I tell it, get out of here, leave. I know it's different with politics. I know it's different with government. I get that, folks. But energy is energy. And when people start to become more and more aware of this, they realize the mosquito that pisses you off is no different than the Democrat that pisses you off. Do you want to give energy to the Democrats? And if you don't like politics and you turn on CNN and you're giving it energy, you're your own worst enemy. You're continually supporting the Democrats that you can't stand by giving the attention to the television screen or the video screen on your computer or your phone. Anytime you watch that stuff, you're supporting their energy and they'll gladly take it. But they're not talking about you. They're not talking about me. I'm not having dinner with any of these politicians. Not interested. Not my cup of tea. I don't hang out with firefighters because I'm not a firefighter. I think I know a few, but I don't hang out with those kinds of people. Doctors hang out with doctors, lawyers hang out with lawyers, politicians hang out with politicians. Who are you? Who do you hang out with? I know we're hanging around in the decoding world, which I feel is the most important world to live in right now. Because it's literally changing people's paradigms. That's what it's doing. It's changing people's paradigms. And I think that's really essential right now. For people to wake up and to realize everything's energy, everything's consciousness, everything's part of the ecosystem, and a mosquito's no different than the annoying Democrat that you're giving energy to. They're both annoying. Like, I don't want to, get out of here, mosquito, get out of here, Democrat. I don't want to play your freaking game. Stupid. But you have to be strategic, in a sense, the way the world's moving. You got to do that. I mean, some of you want to live off the land and go back to living with candles and living in going to the bathroom in an outhouse. I'm not interested in that. That's just not my cup of tea. It may be yours. I don't want to wipe my butt in the middle of the night and I can't see anything. I'm just not interested in that. I like my perks of electricity and having all these things. So if you want to play that game, you got to be in that game naturally. And I just can't see, because I know some people are so against crypto and all, and I get it. But I just can't. I mean, if you think we're moving towards the golden age, I mean, I don't know what it's going to look like. I really don't. But do you want to take the chance of not being prepared for maybe what's coming down the pike? I mean, we may have many more years of the dark age, and people are so set on the golden age, like the truth's coming out, and there's going to be a reset, and everybody, all the bad people are going to be, eliminated. So it's not a fact; it's an opinion. And because you got all your eggs in that basket, you're not even ready. If your basket's wrong, if you got all your eggs in the wrong basket and you're not prepared, I wouldn't want to be in that situation. And that's part of decoding reality. It's being prepared for everything, just to be on the safe side. And then realizing that it's the as above runs the so below. It's not man running it. Man is executing the code. So pointing the finger and blaming groups, totally fine. I used to be one of those people. I still I guess I kind of slip up and do it occasionally. But then I realize that the shark has a purpose, the gazelle has a purpose, the cow has a purpose, the pig has a purpose, the chicken, the rooster, the eggs, the mosquito, the Democrat, the reptilian. All these are alive in their energies and their entities. And guess what their main purpose is in life, folks? They all want to survive. That's it. No one wants to die when you're down here. I mean, Steve Jobs said it. He said, everybody wants to go to heaven, but no one wants to die to get there. It's kind of funny. But when you can wake up to the fact that we live in an ecosystem and everything is part of everything, it's all, I mean, you want to talk about blockchain? That's what it is. It's all connected. I mean, if that sun doesn't come up, we're all going to be dead soon. Unless there's some other way to create. I mean, I shouldn't say that because you can grow vegetables in artificial light. But, I mean, if you don't get water, you're dead. Water is the most important element. A couple days, you're dead if you don't drink it. So the water's our boss, if you think about it. The water's the boss. Because if you ain't got water, you're dead in a couple days. So who's your boss? Water. The sun, nature, that's our boss. And the moon and all that stuff, whatever they are, that's the boss. And decoding it and realizing it, that's why all those were worshipped. Because when it comes down to it, you scrape away all the dogma and the propaganda, all the stories that are latched on to really what goes on in nature. It's all linked to paganism, basically. Paganism is worshiping nature. I mean, I was raised that paganism is bad. That's pagan. That's pagan. That's not God. It's pagan. But it's like the sun is nature. Hello? The moon, the earth, the dirt, the ocean. That's not paganism. It's respecting it, having gratitude, all that good stuff. Anyways, let me get into some of your questions. So I hope that helps you, Joe. That was my long... See, I go off on tangents, folks, so my apologies. Some of you don't like that, but... Hermes, he doesn't like Buddhism. I like everything. I think Buddhism's amazing. I've studied Buddhism. I decoded the Dalai Lama. He's being used. So it's not that I don't like it. I just stand in the middle and I look at it and I'm like, okay, I can see the pros and cons. Everything like politics, even though politics has its pros and cons in the context of politics. It's got more cons than pros, but it depends on what you fancy. It depends on your code. I mean, folks, you think Donald Trump's code was not to be a politician? No, it was in his freaking code to be a politician, a businessman. It was in his code. Because if it wasn't in his code, he wouldn't be doing it right now, and he's doing it. So it's pretty simple. All right, so let's get to some of your questions here. I don't know why this is not moving. I'm going to have to refresh my screen. Oh, there we go. I was stuck. Jeremy, if you're hungry enough, you'll eat a dog with a side of cat. Yeah, well, I guess it just depends on the person, but again, folks, I mean, there's no difference between the dog you have that's your best friend and the cow you're continually eating. And again, I'm not judging. I'm just saying there is no difference. You've just been programmed to believe that the dog has a priority over the cow. It's okay to eat the cow. That's totally fine. But the dog, no, off limits, because the dog sleeps with me in my bed. I would never do that. But it's anyway, it's just really interesting. It's really, really interesting, folks. Kate King, are you a Buddhist? No, I am just Logan. I don't follow any. I have my own. Make the truth your own. So I'm a DJ of life, I guess is the best way I can put it. I had said this in my previous transmission. What does this mean? A DJ of life. What does a DJ do? A good DJ knows how to blend songs together. But a really good DJ, when you go listen to them at a club, they'll not only know how to blend the songs, but they'll pick the very best songs that are really popular and people will get up and dance to them. And then people will be talking about that set long after it's done. I'm a DJ of life. I grab on, because it's syncretism. That's why I'm really good friends with Santos, because he does the same thing. We're all syncretists. We're DJs. We grab from all, there's truths in all this. And then you're making the truth your own. You're compiling. Like if you were to, I don't know, I'll just use Led Zeppelin. If I asked you, all of you, go to YouTube and I want you to upload your Led Zeppelin greatest hits list and then send it to me. Some of you have your Spotify, whatever. You pick these songs, you're like, here's my list, here's my chart. If I would ask you to go pick your favorite Led Zeppelin songs that you'd want to hear in the concert, if you could go see Led Zeppelin right now, if they were still playing, if you were the person to choose the tracks that Zeppelin would play in concert, which one of those tracks would it be? Well, I can guarantee you that you and I are going to probably have some of the same tracks in our track list. But I guarantee also that they're probably not going to be identical. There may be some that are, but the majority of people will have a completely different track list. What does that tell us? Make the truth your own. Some of you follow religion and you don't agree with everything you're taught. Make the truth your own. I mean, if everybody wore the same outfit, think about it. If everybody had to wear the same freaking clothes, if we all had to wear orange jumpsuits, and that's the only thing we could wear, how would you ever stand out? How would you ever be your own person? And you couldn't socialize. It's just like you had to stand there and look like a zombie. I mean, the only difference would be maybe hair color. But imagine everybody had the same hair, same hairstyle, same height, same gestures, same eye color, same clothes. Life would be boring. There's no challenge to it. And that's why, like, what happened to the first religion? I don't even know what the first one actually was. I know the Hinduism is the oldest ancient text out there, according to history. But is it the absolute first religion ever that you could say this is a religion, right? Why did there have to be a number two? Why would you ever have to create a second one? What was wrong with the first one? Because you need a variety, folks. People are not just going to say, Christianity's the way. No, I got to sneeze. But people are going to choose their own variety. People want variety. You want variety. You know, I mean, I can eat the same kind of foods every single day for a while, but then eventually I get tired of it. And I got to mix it up. I got to try something else. You probably do the same thing. You're not going to keep eating the same foods. The majority of people, there are going to be exceptions. Okay, let me get to some of your, politics, a lot of mosquitoes. Yeah, but folks, just have fun. Like politicians, mosquitoes, they're ticks, they're mosquitoes. They're doing their job, just like the mosquito that bugs the hell out of me, flying around my ear when I'm trying to lay in bed, drives me nuts. Just a small little bug that I could squash by just doing that, and I can't, they annoy me. So now I talk to them, like I said, and the mosquito's no different than Joe Biden, George Bush, Barack Obama, Donald Trump. There's no difference. Just a different form of energy. Different job. Mosquito's got a job. Trump's got a job. You don't have to like it. So don't give any energy to it. Stop paying attention to the dude. If everybody stopped paying attention to politicians, what would happen to them? They would just quietly go away. And it would change. The empire would change. But no, that's not the way the game's set up. The game is set up to have the head of the household, which is politics and government. The pyramid scheme. I mean, I got a decode coming out called Ponzi scheme, which is, there's a lot of those. And it's funny. It's very, very funny. Okay. Alex, I believe current humans were tampered with by entities. Okay, maybe. If you believe that, do you have any support for it? I'm all for opinions, folks. But what I'm not for is just an opinion with absolutely no support. Just an idea. Because those are, like I'm all about what I can prove and support. I'm more of the doubting Thomas. That's just me though. That's my code. which is why I go to great lengths to decode, and I do the videos, and I do a lot of graphics. Folks, that's all I do is decode. That's all I do. I give a lot of my time away because it's part of my code. Okay. Patty says, humans controlled by aliens, MK Ultra. Well, everything's mind control now, isn't it? Just doesn't have a fancy title like MK Ultra. What do you think school was? You think that was a form of MK Ultra? If you wanted to say that, you could. School was complete mind control. Right now, me doing this transmission is a form of mind control because you're either going to agree with what I say or you're going to disagree with what I say. And if you agree with it, it's controlling your mind. You're siding with me. So you have to just get I understand their name, Operation Paperclip, MK Ultra, Manhattan Project. I mean, don't you have projects at work that you do? Okay, we're going to have a meeting and now we have this project. Got to work on this project. What's the difference between MK Ultra and that project? It's just a different form of energy. No difference than a dandelion or a rose. Completely different, but they're just energy. All right. Jeremy Cookwood and whoever donated $5. Thank you so much. Jeremy, I guess, well, let me get to you in a second here. Eric Rufino says, controlled by planets, not aliens. Yeah, the as above, folks, is the stars. Lucy in the sky with diamonds. There's a reason why there's 88 constellations, and there's a reason why there's 88 keys on the piano. Just use your common sense and logic with that. How about that? 88 constellations, 88 keys on the piano. You think that's an accident? Do you think the guy who created the piano, and I decoded piano, do you think that guy was sitting there saying, well, there's 88 constellations, so I'm going to make 88 keys on the piano? Maybe. It's possible. But I can take the 88 constellations, the 88 keys of piano, and I can synchronize the 280-day gestation period of a woman having a baby. And I can synchronize that with the elements on the periodic table because there's 52 white keys and 39, is it 52? I can't remember the number, 52 and 39? No, that's not going to be right. Let me see. I forgot what they are. I should know this too. 52. 36. Yeah, 52 and 36. What did I get there? So there's 52 white keys, 36 black keys. 52 is tellurium, 36 is krypton. When you do the alchemization of that, you're going to get a complete direct link to the gestation period of a pregnant woman. So you have another synchronization. Man's not coding this. So we have to really start to realize that our control is beyond the physicality of man, and we are just written into the code. That's how this works. The architect designs the code, this reality, like a software writer designs the operating system you're using. If you're using a Mac, you may be using Mojave or High Sierra or Big Sur. And if you're a Windows user, you're using Windows 10. Someone had to write that code. And we know the computer is our micro and we're the macro. And when it comes to us and whatever created this reality, we're the micro and that's the macro. There's no difference. It's just a layer below another layer. Fractals, if you will. That's how that works. Okay. So Jeremy's asking, thank you for your donation, Jeremy. I appreciate you. 4/18 is your birthday. Let me get your life path. So your card of illumination is, let me see. Did you say April 18th? I think you said that. Yeah, April 18th. So we all have two primary cards. You have your life path card, your life card, and then your spirit card. And again, I have the graphics. If you want them, send me an email and I'll send them to you. decodeyourreality@gmail.com. So we have two primary cards. Jeremy, you have the 3 diamonds, which is Donald Trump's birth card. And then the other card is the 6 of hearts. Those are your two primary cards. Card 29 and card 6. And I'm going to suggest, I'm going to put it right into the chat box so you can go look it up because it's going to be much more, it's all in, actually, I'm going to just pull it up for you and you can go read it. Here you go. It's much more satisfying when you can read on your own time. And I'm going to give you both, okay? I'm going to give you both. So here's April 18th, 3 diamonds. So Jeremy, in the chat box right now, it's going to be your first card, and then the second one right below that is going to be the 6 of hearts. There you go, brother. Okay? So the 3 diamonds, obviously, you know what, if you look at Donald Trump, that should tell you a lot about what you have the ability to do. In the tarot, the 3 diamonds becomes the 3 pentacles card. And let me just show you, folks, this is a great way to show you how life is fixed. To all of you listening right now. So some of you that are 3 diamonds, take notice. Let me just show you. Now, again, I told you these cards encroach upon one another because in the tarot, they created the pages. There in the cards of illumination, the typical cards in a poker deck, there's no pages. Like you have the page of wands, the page of swords, there is no pages, and it throws the numbers off. But what it ended up doing is it made the numbers stretch. So 66 can be 67, 67 can be 68, and so on. They can even probably stretch even farther than that. But nonetheless, folks, this is... Jeremy, this is your card in the tarot. This is the card of the 3 of diamonds. It's the 3 pentacles. This is the apprentice card. This is Donald Trump's birth card. What is Donald Trump's show called? The Apprentice. It's one of the keywords of this card. Is that an accident? Do you think these cards knew Donald Trump was going to come here and be born in 1946 on June 14th? They're like, oh, well, Donald Trump's going to be born on June 14th. So we better call this and make this card be an apprentice card because he's going to have a show called The Apprentice. No. Folks, it's all part of the code. This card is card 66 and 67, depending on your vantage point. How many books in the Bible? 66. Revelation's the 66th book. The Donald Trump and Pence, the Trump Pence being blown. I mean, that's not a secret anymore. The trumpets, the Trump Pence, Donald John Trump equals 66 in numerology. Michael Richard Pence equals 66 in numerology. It's not an accident, folks. They were written into the story. That's why he's got that card. And Jeremy, you have that card. So I hope that helps you out. Okay. So Judo Jack. Logan, do you think we as a collective are changing past history with our actions in the present? Absolutely. I think the reason why the Mandela effect is going on, because I'm going to tell you, folks, you want to talk about Mandela? Here is the clear winner of an example in the Mandela effect. Let me pull it up. This movie right here, let me pull it up, let me get the exact year, folks. 1983. There was a movie that came out called Risky Business with Tom Cruise. Risky Business. And there was a very famous scene in that movie where he is in his underwear with a button-down long sleeve shirt kind of covering his underwear, and he's wearing socks. And he starts to sing Old Time Rock and Roll by Bob Seger. And I remember vividly that he was wearing those black Ray-Bans when he came sliding into the living room during that scene. He comes sliding in on this wood floor, and then, dun, 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 and then the Bob Seger song kicks in, and he starts singing to that, lip syncing to it. He was wearing a pair of Ray-Ban sunglasses. Now, if you go type in Risky Business, Old Time Rock and Roll Scene, he will not be wearing sunglasses. I can't explain that. I don't know why that is, but I believe that is a prime example of the Mandela effect, the very best one that I can think, because I've seen them all, the Berenstein Bears, the Berenstain Bears, and then Sex and the City. And I mean, some of them probably are a play on words and we were mistaken, but I know for a fact that the Risky Business, Tom Cruise, he was wearing the Ray-Ban sunglasses. And the Mandela effect, I believe, is the merging. We are merging into this new age. And as a result, there's a lot of static going on. Now, there are some people that I follow that they study what's called the magnetosphere outside of us. And it goes in line with the return of Ra in the Egyptian pantheon and the Hopi prophecies called the blue and red Kachina. And what it appears to be happening right now, folks, is there is a massive celestial body that's moving towards Earth, and it's causing a disruption in the magnetosphere. And people are seeing that. And there are people that are taking pictures of the moon, and it appears that the moon it's spinning. The moon is. So something is going on. And then, of course, we know the North and South poles are changing positions. They're exchanging places, which I have said in other transmissions. The hourglass that we live in, the North and South poles, the sands of time, and this is all part of the upcoming decode called Prison Planet, because we are Sandmen, which is all part of the longest running TV show in history. It's from Germany, and it was called Our Sandman. Sandman is, Enter Sandman by Metallica. You know that song? It's all about dreams. It's being asleep and being awake. Anyways, the hourglass has the sands of time. And when those sands end, you would flip it over and start it all over again. That's what an egg timer is. Well, those are the representations of the North and South poles, and they're now moving. And I believe the cause, let me use I have my moon here. I believe the cause is you have Earth. Let me try to get I don't have another circle, but you have Earth, and then you have this celestial body, and it's moving towards Earth, and it's so big. Like, I can use this cube. Say this is Earth, and this is the celestial body. This celestial body has such a magnetic push, and it's coming towards Earth, and Earth can't handle that. And as a result, as it's moving towards Earth, it's making the Earth rotate, which is causing the game to change into a different format. That's what I believe is going on, and that would be in line with the return of Ra and Horus, and of course the Hopi prophecies. And that's where you get the new age that's upon us. And it's not a secret. There's been cataclysms in our past histories through, the study of the Earth. So who knows? Nobody knows. But then you use common sense and logic. Why does the military and the government, why do they have all these underground bases? What for? I know the military does not waste any money. I was in the military, served in the Air Force during Desert Storm. And I know they don't, every dollar is calculated. And they're doing their job. But they have all these underground, why do they have underground bases? What's the point? Are you planning for something? So nonetheless, folks, I believe that this return of Ra is making the Earth, and that's why you're seeing all this crazy weather. I know some of it's manipulated, but volcanoes erupting and all these earthquakes in weird places across the United States, weird stuff's going on around the world. So what's really going on? And then you have this what everybody's talking about, the New World Order and the New Age, the Age of Aquarius, and all these changes going on. So what's coming down the pike for all of us when you decode this reality? You use common sense and logic and put two and two together. We're not being told all the truth. Of course, we know that. Nobody rides for free. You got to figure it out. And there's no excuse anymore, because all you got to do is open up a browser and start typing. There's nothing you can't find in this day and age. You don't have to wait to go to the library to research something in this day and age. You can just have it in an instant. Okay? So, as far as what Judo getting back, the Mandela effect, I believe, is because this planetary body is moving towards Earth, which a lot of people call it Planet X, Nibiru. I decoded Nibiru. It's one of my only predictions. Was when that sucker hits, based on the biblical sense. Whether that's true or not, I don't know. And it was only a guess. I'm not saying it's absolute. I'm saying it's a possibility. But I believe the past and the future is the infinity symbol, and they feed off of one another. And what matters is the now moment. And remember, when you have the infinity symbol, folks, when you have that, in the very dead center of the infinity symbol is the now moment. And if you have an hourglass running from top to bottom, if you had an hourglass and then you'd have the infinity symbol running this way, the past, present, and future, that hourglass is going to be draining sand down. And when it runs out, it's got to get flipped over. These are all theoretical, by the way. I'm not saying they're absolutes and true, but it's just from everything I've researched and I've studied and the ancient texts, and it's all coming. It's all this, and no one knows what's really going to happen. Even the people that think they have the knowledge, they don't know what's going to happen. They just don't know. They're just guessing. So they're preparing for it, I believe. That's why you have all these underground bases everywhere and underground bunkers. All right, so let's get to some more of your questions. Maximus, what's up, brother? Cryptocurrency is simply a deregulated alternative. Yeah, folks. I mean, if you want to talk about cryptocurrency and decoding that, I mean, I have one of my best friends. I've been fortunate to be having my code. He's got a PhD. He's probably one of the smartest guys I know. I'd put him up against anybody. He's a scientist like me. He's got a PhD. He's got stuff published in the medical field. He's got a degree in economics, and we're trying to figure out when we're going to do a podcast on crypto. And again, folks, if you just be neutral to it and not give any emotions to, oh, I'm not going to do that. No, that's bad. That's bad. No, that's death. Crypto means death. And no. If you can kind of get out of that mindset, just be neutral. What if you're wrong? I mean, what if I'm wrong? What if crypto is a complete dead end? I'm diverse. I don't care if I lose it. I got crypto. If I lose it, I lose it. Whatever. But see, some of you don't have any. And if that's where we are in fact going and you ain't got none, and you have all your eggs in a basket called fiat currency, you have all your money in cash in the bank, stocks, and they crash that, if that's the move, you're going to be screwed. Do you want to take that chance? I wouldn't. That's why I diversified. I mean, it's not like I have a shit ton of money in crypto. I know a lot of people that do. And if that thing goes where they're saying it's going to go, you're going to have a lot of wealthy people. But I think it's all part of the code. I think that we're moving into crypto because that's just the natural way the architect wants to go. The age of Aquarius is definitely not a matter of I know thyself. It's the digital age. You have to understand that. So if you believe in astrology, if you're a follower of astrology, you should really get to know what the age of Aquarius means. Because as far as I'm concerned, as an astrologer and a fan of astrology, Aquarius is the digital age. So naturally, the selection, the best fit for the age of Aquarius, from everything I've researched, it's moving towards the digital age. That's why technology is taking off like a rocket. People are fighting it like, oh no, that's artificial intelligence. Yeah, well, folks, there's pros and cons to everything. But it doesn't mean it's evil. My computer that I'm using right now to transmit this broadcast to you, it's not evil. My Mac, it's not evil. It's a tool to broadcast this transmit. And without it, all of you would not be able to connect to this transmission. You wouldn't be able to be putting your messages in the chat box. It wouldn't be possible. So there's a pro and con. And so, what is the downside to this? Well, I mean, I'm getting EMFs. My screen is giving off electromagnetic frequencies, which does disrupt the body and the biofield. I've studied enough of the health and wellness industry to know how things work. So everything in moderation. I probably do a little bit more than I should. That's why grounding's important and getting outside into nature and disconnecting from the technology. But if you can share the world with that, that's where we're going, folks. We're not going to go back to spinning records and turning a rotary phone. I just don't see that happening. I just don't see that happening. I mean, look at the Egyptians and their time. Did they have rotary phones? No. Did they have cell phones? No. Did they have computers? No. Did they have webcams? No. Did they have YouTube back in ancient Egypt? Did they have Facebook back then? No. They didn't. But they were in a different age. Now, it could be that the reset happened right around the ancient Egyptian times and, but there's no evidence of any technology of any kind. All we have is ancient text. And if life just continually moves forward in a progressive mannerism, look at where we're at right now in comparison. Now, I know a lot of people say, well, back then they made the pyramids. I know the pyramids, either were made with sound vibration or there were giants that lived here and they're just picking up, the blocks and they're setting them into place and they're building the pyramids. That would make more logical sense, would be that there were giants that could pick these things up like we pick up stones off the ground. And then there is the ability, the choice of saying they use sound frequency. But I would say more along the lines, it was probably giants, right? This is one of those two that I believe could be the case. But nonetheless, folks, we just can't rule anything out at this point. And the age of Aquarius is the digital age. And it's very possible that this age will move us into the dark age. It's possible that happens. And then we stay in the dark age for thousands of years through the cycle of Aquarius. Things may get better, like the reset happens and people get accustomed to living in the digital age and we have to deal with artificial intelligence and there is the rise of the machines and all this stuff happens. That's possible and you cannot rule it out. And then the next sign after the age of Aquarius is the age of Capricorn. Capricorn means earth. It's an earth sign. Aquarius is an air sign. So Aquarius is going inwards, Capricorn is going outwards because Capricorn is an earth sign. So it's very possible, following the rules of astrology or the format of astrology, that we are moving into the digital age. It's going to be here for a while. Folks, we're getting into electric. Come on, think about it. Do you think we're staying in gasoline cars? If there's a disruption in the world and there's a reset, but we end up making it out on the other end, like there's this massive reset, I don't know what it's going to look like. A lot of people think there's going to be a solar flare. It's going to do an EMP and it's going to knock out the grid. We maybe without power for a while. That's possible. But what also has strong possibilities tied to it is we're moving into a digital age and technology is going to take off to where you're going to have people implanting chips and all that stuff. And now I know it's a scary thought because I'm not putting anything in my body. Well, do you microchip your dog? Probably. Now I know you're going to say, well, I'm a human though. Are you comparing yourself now to an energetic form? Is a dog below you? Some people kick dogs, beat them up. Or is the dog just as even as you on this world stage? Which is it? Are you above and do you have superiority over the dog? You may feed the dog. It may rely on you for food and water, and you may have to go outside and walk it, but do you feel superior to your little furry that you hang out with or your cat? I personally don't look at it that way. I think everything's even. And we just rely on one another. Like, what feeds us? Think about it. What do you rely on as a human being, folks? Grocery store? If the grocery store shut down, what would you do? Well, I just go grow my own food. Okay, well then you'd be at the mercy of the sun, because if the sun doesn't come up, your plants aren't going to grow. So what happens if the sun burns out? Then what are you going to do? So folks, again, I'm going off on a tangent here. Is it possible that we are moving into the digital age and we're going to be in this digital age for a couple thousand years and we're going to move into technology and we're going to go inward? And then when it comes time to the age of Capricorn to come, we're going to get out of digital age. Man will get rid of the machine and we will move back into living off the land into Capricorn. Is that possible? Because then you get into Sagittarius, it's a fire sign after Capricorn. What happens then? I know that astrology has a big say in all this. Is it the end-all boss? No, probably not. But it has a massive say in what goes on here in this reality. And I've decoded enough reality, most of you know watching my channel, that everything is fixed. I mean, we know that the script is written. Some of you don't want to accept that, and that's totally fine. I'm at a point now where I really don't care. And I'm not debating and trying. Like, listen, man, if you're going to put your opinion down, then just at least back it up with some substance. I'm willing to listen to hear what people got to say, but I get, it's just like, it's like listening to a sixth grader try to tell me how to operate my MacBook, a sixth grader who's never used the MacBook before. I mean, am I going to listen to the sixth grader? No. Doesn't mean the sixth grader doesn't have any value, but my point is that I'm not going to listen to somebody who's not at my operating speed. How do you teach somebody trigonometry if they're only at a general math level? How do you do that? They have to be willing to learn. But you can't be going and talking trigonometry and those kind of calculations to somebody who just knows general math. You're going to be beating your head against the wall. And that's see, folks, it's all about gradients. That's where we're at. I don't know everything. And as a matter of fact, the farther down I go into the hole, the more I realize how complicated it gets. And then it becomes just a big ass contradiction. Because at one point you're like, oh yeah, I have total control. Let me prove it to you. I'm going to take a sip of this Pellegrino, That's how I'm going to prove that I have control. But there's no way to absolutely prove that you have absolute control over your life. And I have shown in countless videos now, going on 200, many of them show that everybody's in those videos, their lives are being used to fulfill the code. Bruce Lee, it was one of them. Go look at his. Completely coded. Does it make Bruce Lee any different of a guy? No. Still watch his movie. Still listen to his wisdom. But to me, it seems very crystal clear now that whatever created this reality likes to come down here and become man. Oh yeah, it does. If you were the creator of a reality and you had the opportunity to come down into your reality, would you take that opportunity? I guarantee 100% of you would. Not one of you would say, no, I'm not interested in going down there. No, you would. You'd be curious. So you'd go down and I'd go, I think I'm going to be a princess. I'm going to go, what does it feel like to be a princess? Or I want to go be a rock star. I'm going to go be a rock star. And I'm going to be Roger Plant of Led Zeppelin. Yeah. I want to see what it feels like to be on stage in front of 200,000 screaming fans. That's what I'm going to go do. Or I want to hit the longest home run in baseball and see what that feels like. Decoded that. They got Joey Meyer from the Denver Zephyrs. Just living out his code, being used to hit the longest home run. That's the way the code works, folks. I mean, it's like Westworld. If you haven't seen that show, it's like Westworld. That's what these things are telling us, is that these shows they're giving us hints. Yeah, Emerald says a horoscope. It's a software program in the RAM memory. Yeah, folks, the Earth is the motherboard. Central processing unit in numerology equals 79. 79 is gold. What's our central processing unit? We're being mined for our energetic gold. Okay? Alex Pletcher says Bruce Lee was probably a test tube clone. Well, okay. That's an interesting aspect. What do you have to support for that? Is it just, Alex, do you just stay at like he probably was a test tube clone? Do you have anything to support that? I mean, that's awesome to say these things, folks, but can you support it? It's great to speculate because then it leads into things. Ideas, they lead. But it's when you mash things together to support that. That's when you know you're onto something strong, at least from my research. Maybe you feel it's a little bit different in your world. All right, so Miss M, we all manifest our beliefs. Okay. It's magic. Mitz says the script is written, but we only get to read it after it exists. Okay, interesting. Zombie apocalypse. The tree. Oh, here we go, Maximus. If a tree falls in the woods and no one's around to hear it, does it still make a sound? It makes a vibrational frequency. It needs an ear to respond to the vibrational frequency in order to actually say with proof that someone hears it. But absolutely, a tree will make a vibrational frequency when it falls, but it needs the ear to actually say that there was a sound created. That's what I believe anyway. Hopefully that. A good one, Maximus. Tam Tam said this is Satan's world. Well, Tam Tam, we're all Satan. So this is your world. Satan that's mankind. And you see, the very reason why we're afraid of death is because we're afraid of the clock. No one here is, I mean, you may say, oh, I'm not afraid to die, but if you were faced with death, you'd probably be singing a different story. Now, there's going to be exceptions. Now, so let me just say that. I'm sure some of you will be like, yeah, I'm ready to go and don't care. But the majority of you, if you were faced with death, you'd probably be scared shitless. Because our very nature is not to die. So we're all Satan. What is Satan? Has a short period of time. What do we have? A short period of time. What are we stuck down in here? Time. We only have a short period of time. And the great beast, by the way, folks, and I showed this on my Angel Falls, the as above is the sun. That's why the sun's magic square is 666. And then the so below is man, carbon. 6 protons. You know the story, 666. Carbon, we're made up of carbon. So when it says in Revelation that the number is of a man, yeah, it's all of us. We're all the part of the beast. We're the micro of the macro. That's how this works. Alex, how could he not be a test tube baby? How could he be? I don't know. I mean, I've never seen anybody being born in a test tube like that. I've never seen, I know clone, I believe clones exist, but I've never seen anybody make clones. But what would be the point of Bruce Lee being a test tube baby? I don't know. I mean, he has parents as far as I've researched. I decoded the guy. But yeah, I mean, there definitely could be clones. I mean, I think, again, if there are reptilians living amongst us here in this reality, well, do you think a Komodo dragon, which I decoded and put into my, it was tied to the They Live in another video I did, but Komodo dragons, right? Do you think it has any compassion for its prey? Because it's an apex predator. No, it doesn't. But does it have any compassion for its young, its babies? Freaking absolutely. So if there are reptilians living amongst us, do they have any compassion for their own? I would say abso-freaking-lutely they do. What about us, the competition? No. Seems like they don't have any compassion. That's the way they're made. Just like a mosquito. Does a mosquito have any compassion for you? No, its job, it just wants your freaking blood. It wants to survive. Doesn't care about you. Doesn't care about me. Does the shark care about the guy he bites on the surfboard? No. Didn't think about it probably. Just went after it out of instinct. Does the lion have any compassion for the gazelle? No, it just needs the food to give to its family. That's the way it's built. And that's how we need to start observing this ecosystem, folks. We can't keep observing this ecosystem and pointing the finger and just saying, oh, they're the ones that, I understand everybody has their job. So you can say, in essence, you can say, that group is responsible for this. That group's responsible for that. Totally. But really, it's a matter of what you're responsible for. See, if you keep putting your energy into those that are responsible and pointing the finger, you take all the energy off of yourself. You only have one magic wand and you're waving it. They're doing this and let me give them my magic. Here you go. Here, take my magic. Take my energy. You can have it if you want it. Because I'm not conscious of how magic works. I don't know how this reality works, so I'm going to talk shit about you. And I'm going to go talk to my neighbor and tell my neighbor how bad you are. How much I can't stand you. and how you did this wrong and how you're doing that wrong and how you're duping this and that. And when I'm doing that, I'm going to be giving that person energy or that group energy. I'm not interested in that, folks. I know how energy works. I know how magic works. I'm not interested in talking about those. Yeah, I talk about things, conversations. I'm more into, how do I make the world a better place? How do you make the world a better place with your code? How do you watching this broadcast, how do you make the world a better place? If you take your overall life and all the things that you do, what are you doing to make the world a better place? Some of you don't do anything to make the world a better. You just complain about shit. And I'm sorry that, some of you may not like that. And if that stung you, if that stings, then I hit something, and that's something maybe you need to address. But instead of pointing the finger and blaming things and giving that energy, you should be decoding who you are and then making yourself a higher frequency, becoming a higher vibrational frequency person, entity. That's why, I get my fair share of hater energy, and I say, hey man, you're helping build my empire, so keep it up. You want to give me energy and give me the thumbs down, I could care less. It's energy to me. Don't care if you don't like me. I'm not here to appease everybody. I'm not here to please everybody. I'm not here to make everybody smile. Sometimes the things I say are crude, they're raw. I'm an asshole sometimes. And I've been wrong a lot of times as well, and I have no problem admitting when I'm wrong. I am very fixed and rigid in my ways, but then again, when you do the amount of research that I do and you go down this hole and you really understand the machinations of way things work, and then you talk to somebody who doesn't have that same kind of knowledge, how are you on the same page? If I were to go talk shop with Elon Musk, if I were to go talk to him about flying a rocket ship or electric cars, I wouldn't be able to have a conversation with the guy like he'd like to want to have with me, because I don't have the knowledge the guy has. I'm ignorant in a lot of ways. We're all ignorant people. So in order to get unignorant, you have to study who you are, study this reality, decode the reality, and make the truth your own. And the first rule of thumb is realize that everything in this reality is a component of the one. There's no separation. But a lot of people like to separate things and say, no, that's not part of it. No, that can't be part of it. Well, is the bacteria in your body that's coming after you to take down your immune system, is that not part of the code? Is that not part of God, the architect? The bacteria in your body right now, or the virus stuff, or your cells that are poison, is that not part of it? Is that not part of the code? If you understand the biology of the human being, the little stomach virus that you get, or the stomach bug, the 24-hour bug, the flu, is that not part? That's not part of this reality, though, right? That wasn't planned out. I realize there are some, I believe AIDS and stuff, I believe those were man-made. Through man. Man actually expressed the code and made the code like that. But the common cold, bacteria that comes in your body, what's the white... Folks, you wouldn't have white blood cells in your body if they didn't have a job to do. Think about it logically. Your body would never have been implemented with white blood cells if it didn't have a job to do. Otherwise, there's no purpose of the white blood cell. And if you go research the white blood cell, you realize what the white blood cell is all about and what it's for. It's there to keep the immune system on high alert and attack the bacteria and virus, everything that comes into the body. That's its job. So then you take that same scenario and you bring it into this real world, and you realize that who's the bacteria out here in the world? It's good cop, bad cop everywhere. Obviously, it's at the point now where, I'm going to change this music. It's at this point now where it seems that the earth is You know, and I use the whole sneaker scenario. I'm going to get a different song going on here, folks, but I like to use the sneaker where you know, if you ever bought a white pair of shoes and you wear those all the time, and when you wear those shoes all the time, they become dirty and you may clean them off and wipe them with a rag. You may put the laces in the washer machine and then you got a brand new pair of shoes again and you're out strutting them again. Oh, look how good my shoes look. But if you wear those shoes all the time, eventually you're going to have to get new shoes because it goes from a brand new pair, golden age, and then you wear them, time. What does Satan do through time? It decays. Human beings, we are the decay of this planet as we are moving through time. Because we are using resources, we are pillaging the earth, we're all partaking in it. That's why, you know, if you really think about it, we're all parasites. I mean, if you drive a car, you're partially responsible for using oil, which is the blood of the earth. And do you know what goes into pillaging the earth and taking the oil? Do you really know what goes into that? And if you use electricity, what's powering up your electricity, your electronics? What goes into all this stuff? We're all part of the demise of the earth, all of us. I don't care how green you can go. I don't care how good of a person you think you are. You're constantly going outside, stepping on shit, killing animals. You're a killer. Mankind is a killer, whether you actually stab somebody with a knife, shoot them with a gun. You're constantly killing things. Ants have families. Flies have families. Caterpillars, you're stepping on them. You're killing them. Do you ever give any thought to that? Or are you the kind of person that says, well, you know, ants are not as good as humans. They're not on our same level, so they don't count. They're disposable. Isn't that what they say when they go kill people in the military? It's called collateral damage. They do it for the benefit. What do you think? All the insects you're killing, folks. You're missing the point of the as above and so below and the macro to micro. Some of you are getting it. But everything here serves a purpose. Everything that's living and conscious pretty much has a family. They all procreate and all that kind of stuff. You got to really think about this stuff. Okay, so let me get back to some of your questions. Joe Abundance. What's the meaning of seeing 222 too often? Joe, I would ask you to ask me another question. Maybe you want to have a card pulled because that's just so vanilla. You know, if you let me go into, I'll tell you, the 222 is, according to Kevin Clark and Josh and those guys, they like to link it to the age of Aquarius. 2022, in my opinion, I feel like that's going to be the starting point of the age of Aquarius. And so if you're seeing numbers like 222 in the string of pi is linked to the 1735, 1736, 1737, it's not a prime number. I can look at the, let me see what the trigonometry number is of it. So 222 is 149, which is the ruler of down in a hole. And if you synchronize that and realize that maybe it's the age of Aquarius, and you know, every time you see a number, all of you listening, Joe, thank you for your donation. If you have another question, I can help you. But if you're seeing a number often, I feel that you're contributing to giving that number energy. You're a contributor to it because everything's energy. And essentially, folks, like I said, all of us decoding, we feel like we're doing something good for the world and waking people up. It's not our job to wake people up, by the way. That's not your job. Your job is to wake yourself up. And then the wake of that, like everything I put out there for all the videos and all that stuff, I do it for I do it for the benefit of mankind, but really I'm doing it for my benefit. And then the wake of that is a collective, because I realize I'm just a part of the one. So in essence, it's a catch-22, it's a contradiction. You decode for the sole purpose of who you are and why you're here, but you're part of the collective consciousness, which is the one. You're just a wardrobe. You're a pair of jeans to the architect, or you're a pair of socks, or you're a pair of Calvin Kleins, or you're a bra or a panty, or you're a yellow shirt, a yellow blouse. That's our avatars. So if you're seeing numbers over and over, keep a log of that. what days, what time. Folks, when you wake up in the morning, here's something a lot of you don't do. Do you look at the time and consciously say, oh, it's like right now, I just opened my phone. It's 12:30 here in Mexico, otherwise known as 33. How about that? I just picked up my phone and make this example. It's 12:30, otherwise 1 + 2 is 3, and then the 30. It's 33 with the 0 at the end, giving it infinite potential. But every time you wake up in the morning, folks, are you looking consciously at your phone or your watch and like, what time is it? Oh, wow. What does this mean? Are you at that level in your consciousness, looking at your phone when you wake up and not just looking at the time like, oh, I got to get ready for work? If you're waking up and you're like having to go right into that situation, then you're owned. Your space, you're not owning your space. The space is owning you. It's when you can be in the now moment, look at your times, look at license plates, look at billboards. I'm sure the majority of you are doing that now. You're so consciously caught up with the code that you're looking at everything. And that's why I know man could never code this, because I can go sit there and I can watch an entire show. I'm rewatching Mr. Robot right now. I'm off and on watching that. But I'm seeing things in the background that they could never control on the set, and I can decode it and I can clearly figure out what it's telling me. So it's not man that's doing this, folks. Man may be putting in things that they're conscious of, like, oh, I'm going to release this movie on July 25th because I know it's this day. I know it's a 77, and I want it to be this. I can see that. But if you watch my movie, my decode on Groundhog Day, it's not possible for man to do this. Not at that level. Truman Show, not at that level. Matrix, not at that level. So all of you that are decoders out there, you should be paying attention, Joe, with your 222. Keep track of it. When do you see it? What time do you see it at? Do you see 222 at that time? What day does it fall on? Does it fall on a Monday, a Wednesday? Are you seeing patterns of Monday and Wednesday? Is it always following on a Friday? Is it on a Saturday? Is it on a Saturday and a Sunday? How many times on Saturday versus the Sunday in a 3-month period? Because nature runs on patterns. We know the golden ratio and Fibonacci sequence. These are all patterns. So you should be really watching out and taking notes of that if you want to figure the code out. Unless you have a really good memory, or you can see the code like you wake up and it's 2:22. Or you wake up from your nap, it's 2:22. And then you go to bed and it's 2:22. And it's within a 24-hour period. Then you can go to the cards. You should always check against the cards. What are the days? Folks, if I showed you the videos that I create, I don't even plan them out. Like I did the sneak peek on Angel Falls. Perfect example. In YouTube, when you make a video, it always gives you 2 different times. If you go to the actual YouTube video and you look at how long the video is, there's one time. And then when I go in my analytics, it'll actually tack on 1 more second. So that's why I'm saying numbers encroach. I mean, if I look at my phone right now, this phone I have, it gives me 2 times. It gives me my East Coast time, because this kind of ended up adopting itself when I was with my parents last year in South Carolina. So it's on East Coast time, 1:34 in the morning, and then the local time here in Mexico is 12:34. So I have which one's right? Well, they're both right. How about in Hawaii when they're like 4 hours behind this time? It's really 8:34 in the evening. So the numbers just encroach and they all just bleed into one another. And that's another layer you have to decode from. You can be really finite with your decodes and really getting pinpoint accuracy on, especially with the elements of the periodic table. You have the most abundant weights, and then you have the averages. And there's truth in both of them. There's truth in both of those. All right, so let me get into some of your questions here. So I hope that helped you, Joe. And if you have another question, just let me know. I'll do the best I can. I do want to show you, ladies and gentlemen, something. I see 38 all the time. 38's linked to 38 is the mirror of the 83. You take 38 and 83 and you put it. If you're seeing a number, by the way, like 38, you can do the mirror of that, add them together, and that gives you another layer to observe from. So 38 is a very special number. It's linked to the north latitude of Washington, D.C. And there was a movie that came out called The Manchurian Candidate. And we're talking about this, so I might as well throw this out at you folks. The Manchurian Candidate is involved with the 38th card, the Queen Diamonds. It's 1962. It came out with Frank Sinatra. In 2004, Denzel Washington redid the movie. It's an amazing movie. You should watch both of them. The Denzel Washington one is phenomenal. 2004, The Manchurian Candidate. And it's about mind control, man being used. And it's involving the 38. 38 is the mirror of the 83. You put those two together, you get 121. That's going to be the all-seeing eye and antimony, which is your brain. That's what the 38 means. Let me get to some more of your questions. I'm going to do a decode on 1111. I need people to really, 1111 is really 22, and 22 is titanium, and that's duality. And so I just think that the 1111 phenomenon is really keeping us down here in duality. But Pinker is asking, isn't 22 has to do with divine feminine? 22 is dealing with Taurus, and it's dealing with Venus, and it's dealing with titanium and Saturn's moon Titan. It's dealing with the number 46 and 47. It's dealing with the days of the tree of life and tree of knowledge. Let me see what else. You always get somebody in here with the flat earth. Yeah, okay, the earth's flat, fine. I kind of skip over that stuff, not interested in that stuff. Just causes massive division. And I know some people are like, well, you need to know the truth and stuff. Well, you know what? It's not going to change my life, whether we figure it out. I can tell you this, what I believe, and I know this, we live under a dome. That I can say for sure. We live under a dome, folks. So I'm not interested in decoding flat earth. Sub-Zero. Not now anyway. I'm just haven't found enough information to have ironclad, even theoretical. A lot of my stuff is, there's a lot of theoretical stuff, but I'm more into absolutes. But I know that we live under a dome. Tobin, can two people with the same card be a couple? Of course. That's an absolute yes. They can. Just got to accept one another. Logan, I missed somebody. Any main site or book to give the main meaning of some numbers before starting a decode? You should be going to numberempire.com. That should be a staple bookmarked website is numberempire.com. And you should look at the numbers through, is it a prime? Is it a Fibonacci number? What's the square root of the number? What's the square of the number? Because we live in the cube. That's why some of you that decode and use numerology, the Gematrinator, you should be including the square cipher in your decodes. And it's a standalone. But there's a lot of truth in it. I decoded the cube in my one-hit wonder decode. Check it out. I showed examples of that. Emeralds. Okay, hold on. Art is saying you've been seeing 9/11 for years now, and your birthday is 11/9. Okay, November 9th. It's really challenging, folks. I wish I could give you the answers, like absolute answers, like 1 + 1 = 2. But when you guys are seeing these numbers, I'm going to generalize it and tell you, all of you, that when you're seeing numbers and you need to keep track of the patterns, then we can get somewhere. But there's not enough people doing that to have a conversation about that. All we get is people, hey, I'm seeing 555, I'm seeing 222, I'm seeing 443, I'm seeing 117, I'm seeing this. Okay, when are you seeing it? On what days of the week are you seeing it? At what times? Where are you seeing it? What are you doing when you see it? What song is, like when a song's playing and you see a number, anytime any of you hear a song that pops into your head, I'll give you an example. Here's a perfect example. Just 2 days ago, I woke up going through my my daily ritual of waking up. And a song by Kiss, you know the band Kiss, popped into my head. It was called Do You Love Me by Kiss. And I almost missed it because I was busy making my breakfast, breaking up my grapefruit and getting out my stuff. And I almost missed it because I wasn't in the now moment. But I caught it. Do you love me? Why am I singing this song? I don't even know where it even came from. It's a clue. So naturally, I go to Kiss. It's off the album Destroyer. And do you know how long the song Do You Love Me is? 3 minutes and 33 seconds long. 333. Now, I don't know what the 333 means to you, right? And it was one time. See, I'm so engrossed in the code now. I know what it means to me, but everybody has a different perception of what the 333. When you see it, maybe means something related to Friday because you're always seeing it on Friday, and Friday's tied to, Venus and Freya and all that stuff. And so there's many more layers to the code. This is not just like the easiest thing to do to tell people like, okay, what does my code mean? And I'm seeing this and I'm seeing that. Folks, it's not that easy. It's not just like a 1 + 1 is 2 or figuring a math problem out. This code is so freaking complex. It's really, really complex. You just got to keep records of what's going on in your life. And if your birthday's on 11/9 and you're seeing 9/11, well, you're for some reason you're giving energy to those numbers, and you got to figure out why. What does the 11 mean to you? What does the 9 mean to you? What day of the year is November 9th? What does the 9/11 mean to you? Go research it. Keeping tracking of your patterns. Elizabeth Blanchard, how do I decode my name? Well, a start would be to go on my YouTube channel and to go to the main page, and I have a video on there. It's got over 16,000 views. It's how to decode yourself, and I used Matt Groening from The Simpsons as an example on how to do that. So that would be my suggestion. I created that video especially for people that are looking to decode themselves. Go watch that video. It's 1 hour and 5 minutes long. And what's fascinating about that, folks, I came out with that video on April 10th. I wasn't involved in the code as much as I am now, and I wasn't observing a lot of things, but of course I improv everything. That video on how to decode yourself was 1 hour and 5 minutes long. And if you go watch my Architect of the Universe, I showed that the words great architect of the universe, which is what the Masons call God, it's equals the number 105. How to decode yourself, 105. What do you think you are? You should have bells going off. You should know. Should know this now. Okay. The degrees of planets are important. You can predict what's going to happen the day of the week compared with your horoscope. Yeah, if you get really good with the code and you understand the degrees in astrology, that's more advanced. First, you got to know what the planets are doing in each house. And then you can get into the degrees, and that's more another layer. So okay, let me just switch gears for you folks. I want to show you something. I'm going to now share with all of you that are watching, almost 100 of you. Thank all of you for sharing your time with me. Tam, before I start, what's your Facebook name? I'll just put it, I'll give you guys my Facebook. Here we go. There's my Facebook. I'm going to put it right into the chat box. Hold on, let me just get my page open, and my internet's a little slow because I'm doing this stream right now. Okay, so there's my Facebook, folks. Logan, have you heard of Dr. Robert Morse? Talks about the lymphatic system using fruits to keep the kidneys filtering. No, I haven't. But I'm certified in nutrition. I love nutrition. That's my bread and butter. I've been in the health and wellness industry. Since I was lifting weights back when I was 16, I got involved with health and wellness. Again, folks, what you're doing. This is a perfect example. Folks, you're cherry picking. You're being a DJ of life. So for you, Guerrilla Mafia, You fancy Robert Morse, naturopath, and him telling you how to clean out your lymphatic system. Is that the only way to clean out your kidneys? No. But you're cherry picking it, and see, you're giving me a suggestion like, hey, Logan, I like this. So have you read that? Have you seen that book? Have you watched? No, but whatever. But see, you're cherry picking. That's what you fancy. That's awesome. And you may share it with, I may check it out. I usually go through the comments when I'm done, and I may look at that. Okay, so let me show each and every one of you now. We got quite a bit of people on here. Let me show you a slide from the upcoming Prison Planet, okay? And here it is. Now, I know this has nothing to do with, in a sense, it has nothing to do with Prison Planet, but it has everything to do with it, okay? There was a movie that came out called The Godfather. It won many awards. There's Godfather Part 2, Part 3, main stars, main actors. Scorsese's, he's, a big time producer. And so I was decoding, Prison Planet. And this came into play. And it's based upon what I have been saying and keep saying, and I'll continue to say it. The man's being used, and we are just, on strings. We're a puppet on strings. And in the actual terminology of a puppet on strings, it's called a marionette. Like Pinocchio. Even though Pinocchio really wasn't on strings, but it was. But a marionette, if you read up the top there, it says it's a puppet controlled from above using wire or strings depending on regional variations. And then the person or the energy that controls the marionette is called a marionettist. That's the puppeteer. And it says the marionettes are operated with the puppeteer hidden or revealed to an audience by using a vertical or horizontal control bar. And when you look at the Godfather logo, now, do you think they had marionette and marionettist in the numerology cipher before they made the movie? They were like, oh, let's check out the numerology. Because, the Godfather's 39, and that's tied to the Swan card. It's tied to Lucifer. Just remember that. The Godfather is 39, tied to Lucifer. 39, when you break the 3 and the 9 apart, it's the solar plexus chakra, and then the chakra that's on the 9th level, whatever you want to call that one. But 9 in the houses of astrology is the higher mind, 3 is the lower mind, the creative mind. 93. It's tied to the 19. 19 is found in the string of pi, 37 and 38. 37 and 38 is 93. I had that wrong, actually. Let me just... No, it's 75. I'm sorry. It was 46 and 47 is 93. Excuse me. The tree of life and tree of knowledge is 47 and 40, 46 and 47. You add that up, you get 93. And that's the higher mind and the lower mind tied to the DNA. But anyway, folks, look at that. Marionette is the puppet on strings. That's us. And then it's the Godfather that controls us. Look at what the Godfather's holding. It's in the shape of what? A cross. If you take that hand off of that wood that the puppeteer, the marionettist holds, it's in the shape of a cross, which is inside the constructing fields of the Tauruses. And look at what it is. Together they're 79 and it's gold. We're being mined for. Are you freaking kidding me? Seriously. If you think about this logically, folks, what I'm showing you here. Okay, a simple movie is showing us that, we're just puppet on strings. We're being controlled remotely. Now, obviously, it's not in complete sense. But in essence, folks, these are clues. Because again, no one's just going to roll the red carpet out and say, hey, Logan, here you go. Here's the absolute truth. Because you deserve to have that. And I want you to have that. Above everybody else, I'm going to give you exactly the way this world works. because you deserve that. That's not the real world, folks. That's idiotic thinking if you think that's the way it's going to be. Mostly everything in the occult is very theoretical. They're opinions, and then they sound good. And then they get adopted by us, and then we regurgitate it the best we can, and then we spit it out onto the world stage, and we may write a book, or we'll be like, I got inspired by this person, or we'll just regurgitate it in a post on Facebook and say, this is the way it is. And we all do it, myself included. But I'm not into that, folks. You folks, you know how I roll. That's why I do the videos. A lot of you have come and said, hey, why don't you write a book? I'm going to tell you, want to know why I'm not interested in writing a book at this moment? But I'll give you a very good reason. The average person reads just one book a year. That's it. One book a year. How are my odds? In this day and age, people want to watch videos. They want to be entertained. So I'm doing a blend of that. I'm doing the best I can to entertain people, to make it fun, music, and I'm getting more artistic with my decodes. But I'm trying, it's very hard to articulate some of this information. It takes a lot of time as well. Whereas a book, it's really up to the beholder, the reader. It's really, and it's all, how do you support that? Anybody can say, well, they found this artifact and it's 2,000 years old and they found it in a cave and that makes it true. That's what some people end up writing about. See, just stopping there is just, to me, I think you got to go further. And that's why when you watch my decodes, I'm using numerology, tying the cards of illumination, bringing the medicine cards, bringing the tarot into it, bringing astrology into it, bringing prime numbers into it, bringing Fibonacci numbers into it, bringing the sine and cosine waves into it, bringing the string of pi into it. That's 9 different layers right there that I personally use. Bringing in alchemy, that's 10. 10 layers I just named off the that's what I do as a decoder. Because 10 layers makes the story more supportive than just somebody saying, well, this is what happens when this happens. And no, this is how this was not real and this happens. It's like, what, really? What? I'm not at that level. They say ignorance is the greatest storyteller. And we're all ignorant. We try to get unignorant. And you do that through education, and you do that through trial and error, research. I mean, how did Thomas Edison get the light bulb? A lot of tries. Finally, he got it. Now no one can say, well, your light bulb is theoretical. No, actually, it does illuminate after 10,000 tries. So again, you look at some of the old research that I've done in comparison to now, and obviously it's light years ahead because that's what time does. Time decays, but it also advances technology and education. Okay? Let me get back to some of your... Okay, so emeralds... Folks, let me just tell you something. We're all Freemasons, okay? You don't have to belong to a lodge. Free is 20, Mason is 20, 20 is duality. We're all free people living as a builder. We're all building. You're all Masons, okay? You don't have to belong to a lodge to be a Mason. Mason's 20, duality is 20. 20 is calcium, that's our bones. We're all Freemasons. Free means you're free. Free to build whatever you want through the code. Life's a contradiction. So it's like, I'm really striving to get people to get away from saying the Masons and you're just speculating. A lot of you speculate, but you can't support your speculation. And it makes you it really makes people look really bad. That's why I strive to go away from that. Thomas is asking, I wonder what you think about the law of attraction in relation to the code. I was hugely involved in personal development. I studied it for many, many, many years. One of my favorites is Bob Proctor. That guy is the godfather of personal development. And if you really want to change your life, if right now, if your code is telling you that, hey, my God, look, this sounds pretty good. Oh, this is a shiny new toy. Maybe I want to go check it out. There's a workshop on YouTube. It's called Born Rich. If you go type in here, actually, I'll type it into the thing here. If you type this into Bob Proctor, Born Rich, there it is. And it's not necessarily linked to money, folks. Born Rich means it's an overall being rich in life on all levels. Okay, so do I believe in the law of attraction? Of course. I mean, I've proven it to myself. We're constantly attracting the things that we need. Like I said, folks, if you were to do a tour of where I'm at in Mexico and I showed you all the code that was here before I got here, I don't know how you would explain it other than I was supposed to come here. The latitude, longitude, the freeways that are connecting to where I'm at. If I were to show you all this stuff, it'd rock your world. And then the only logical conclusion that we can all come to is that Logan is here in Mexico right now because I'm supposed to be here. And that's it. That's the code. So did I attract it through the law of attraction? Of course. It attracted me. I attracted it. Part of my code. The code is just pulling you in the direction the code needs to pull you in. That's the way I look at it. So yeah, so Bob Proctor, he's my main guy. All you gotta do is watch the Born Rich series, and that's it. Forget about all the other stuff. It was done in the early 1980s. It's priceless. It's timeless, and it will get your mind moving into a different way of thinking. Because the majority of people, they live in fear through the programming of society. Their life is really dictated by that. Their code is pulled towards that, and Proctor allows you to move off of that kind of coding and get into a more productive code. So that's why I really like that guy. And he's like 84 and he's still on stage blowing his horn. It's amazing. Gorilla, can you talk about the turkey card in the medicine deck? Yeah, of course I can. It's card 31. And if I can find it here. 13. Just so we can get a visual, folks. And I'm going to synchronize this because it'll give all of you a better indication of how this works. Let me show you. Find the 5 diamonds. So the turkey card, for those of you that are born on the 31st, you service the numbers 3, 1, and you give all your energy to the 4. So you're basically a very creative person who is here to build something with that 31. Now, what's interesting about the turkey card is, oh shucks, I think I just, hold on a sec, folks. Go back to my screen here. What's interesting about the turkey card, folks, is there it is. So for those of you that are born on the 31st, now this is loose because there are only 31 days in a month and there are 52 cards. So some of the cards 32 through 52, nobody actually ends up getting those on the birthdays because there is no 32 through 52. But this turkey card, really, the essence of it is, and according to the people who wrote the book, this card is all about giving things away. It's the giveaway. What do turkeys do on Thanksgiving? They give their lives away for somebody to eat on the table. 31 is, in essence, again, those of you that are born, let me show you the tarot, the separation of the tarot. I like to separate the cards. I mean, you have the straight up 31st card, but let me show you the essence of the 31. So here it is. You have the 3 card here, the Empress, and then you have the Magician. So 31. And the Empress is all about procreation. And this card, the Empress, actually sits in the 3rd house of astrology, your 3rd house, which runs your solar plexus, your sun. It's the ruler, Gemini is the ruler of the 3rd house, and Gemini is the twins. And of course, it's the twins because it's the light that comes in through the eyes and it shoots off in both directions. That's why the 59th element, Praseodymium, it means the green twins, because it's correlating to Jesus and Lucifer. 59 is tied to the game of life, but this is the card. That's this one right here, this Empress. 31 is right here. And the Empress is all about procreating, and she's going to use the Magician to procreate through. Now, if you're born on the 13th, you would just flip those. You'd still have the same energy, but it'd be a little bit of a different expression. But in essence, it's the same thing, the 13 and 31. And what's fascinating is you see the Turkey's the 31st card, and then this is the 31st card in the Cards of Illumination. And notice what pattern forms in that card. The X. The X is the 24th letter, tied to the number 33 through the string of pi. The 5 is the busy. We are 5. We're boron. I showed that in my Angel Falls video. And this is the 31st card in the deck. And what is pi? 3.1. 4, but it's 3.1. This is the 3.1 card. This is the pi card, one of them. So those of you that are born on the 31st that have that Turkey card, you can see you have you're the creator through magic. You're all about procreation, you 31s. Now, you don't have to be a 31 to be a procreator, but I'm saying is that, you know, the majority of you that are the 31, that's what you end up giving your energy to. Okay, so let's get some of your... Get to some of your questions here. So Paradigms 331, awesome. February 10th. Well, you were born on the 10th, so February 10th is the two spades card, and that's the that card's really important. Let me show you that. February 10th. That's the 41st card in the deck. 2 spades, and I know this card very well because I have it in my totem pole. And it's this card right here. So February 10th, 2 spades. You're not the only one that has the 2 spades. This is the 41st card in the deck. This is linked to the Akashic Records. If you just take this card and flip it on its side, what do you see? You have the infinity symbol right there. Past, present, and future. Involved in the Akashic Records. Card 41. And then you take the medicine card, and it's the whale card. And see if I can find it really easy. And I'll show you folks something amazing about this. And again, these were designed in 1988. But here we are being able to synchronize them because life is fixed. The architect works through all of us. But here are the 2 cards in the medicine deck that involve the Akashic Records and past, present, and future. On your right, you have the whale card, card 41. And if you go read about this card in the medicine deck book, it'll tell you that the whale is the keeper of the Akashic Records. Now, I have my whale card in my root chakra. When I did my totem pole, that's the card I have in my root position. That should tell you a lot about who I am. Keeper of the Akashic Records. In the opposite of the 41 is the 14. That's the dog. That's God spelled backwards. That represents the future. What is pi? 3.14. Pi is 3.14. The future. The dog. And then the reverse of pi is 3.41, going to the left side. And that's the past. Akashic Records. The past, however, is the makeup of the future. They're together. And then you get the 33 in the middle. I think I had that wrong when I first broke it down. Some of you may have caught that. I thought it was 3.14 and then 3.41 going the other way, but I think it's 33 in the middle, which represents the Christ and the ascension, and that 33 that kind of, sucks all of our energy and maybe keeps us in that loop. The 33. Okay? All right, cool. Sunny is, Sunny, you're interesting. That's December 6th. That's when you write that out, it's 126. 126 is tied to iodine, which is the I am that I am. And that is, Sunny, you are you're this card, Queen Clubs, card number 25. Highly magnetic. It's the Queen of the Mind. I have the King Clubs, so I know this. It's the Queen of the Cosmos, the mind. The club means mind. That's why on a Bible, the old Bibles, you'll see this is called a trefoil. This little club, it's called a trefoil. And that's the cross. And it's on a Bible because the Bible was the Word. And the Word starts with the mind first. And that's how that works. And really powerful mind you have, Sonny. You should own that card, know what the Queen Clubs means. Patty, Lord Librarian. Yeah, folks, I'm involved in the Akashic Records, period. My friend Tien, okay? My friend Tien, who I met through a friend in LA, guess what her birth card is? The 2 spades. This one. Card 41. She reads the Akashic Records. Akasha, where Akashic Records came from in numerology, equals 41. 41 is the representation of the heart down to the root. That's Akashic. They want to keep you down. That's the lower realms. That's the bottom of the hourglass. 41, 14. Keeps you in the infinity loop. Past, present, and future is gold, remember? Gold currency. Folks, it's easy when you got to keep practicing this stuff. Okay, divine spirit is, you're a Leo. I love Leos. 6 diamonds. August 7th, you August 7th. So you'd have the, you 6 diamonds, it'd be August 7th, you'd have September 5th, you'd have October 3rd, you'd have November 1st, May 13th, all of you are 6 diamonds. Now 6 diamonds is the 32nd card in the deck, and that represents the so below. Okay, in a lot of essences, it represents the so below. So there it is, the 6 diamonds. Now, what do you see there hidden? 33, you see it? 3 on the left, 3 on the right. 6 diamonds. It's the 32nd card. Now, we know 33 and 32 are tied together. Matter of fact, folks, if you just go into the string of pi and you type in 33 and 32, you're going to come to the number 48,033, and there's massive significance to that. Actually, I think it's 3233. Hold on. Is it 3230? Yeah. If you go type in 3233, which is the separation between water of solid to a liquid, 32 degrees and 33 degrees. In pi, it's found at the 3700th decimal digit, and 3701 when you go into number M. But this is how you decode. You got to go into pi and type that in there and figure out where that sits in the string of pi, and then you go get the number, and you'll find that the 3,701st number is the 517th prime number. What is 517? It's tied to the 64th element, the gadolinium, which is the GD element. Think about that. We find from 32 and 33 degrees, solid to a liquid, representing ascension and duality. That's what we're stuck in. Stuck in between there, down in the hole. It's leading us to 517, which leads us to the 157, because it's an anagram of that. And the 157 is the element gadolinium, which is the 64th element. And what is 64? It's our chromosomes. It's the codons in our DNA. I mean, this is the stuff you just can't make up. And when you synchronize it, you can see the code and you realize everything's completely fixed. But that card 32, let me show you that. So some of you that have that, I'm going to try to get to all of you. I know some of you are, and I'm going to start taking some phone calls. Let's see if any of you want to have your voice be heard. Where's 32? And I've shown this, but I'm going to show it again. 32 is the mirror of the 23. 23 in numerology is one of the most fortunate numbers. It's called the Royal Star of the Lion. But there's card 32, tied to the 6 diamonds. What is the ant? That's us. Let me just tell you, folks, the word Nephilim equals 32. The word Nephilim equals 32. And what is 32 degrees? Physicality, duality. There are no accidents, folks. See, it's all part of the story. Were there really men that were angels that came down and mated with the women of this world? I don't know. I wasn't there. And neither was anybody. Nobody was there. It's all a story, but the story is part of the code. You know, are movies real or are they fake? They're actors acting it out, fake, on the sense of the stage. But it looks real. We give our emotions to movies. A lot of you cry during movies. Movie's not even real, and you're crying. You're getting excited. You're gritting your teeth because you can't wait for the guy to shoot the other guy. Like, oh, get that son of a bitch. You're talking to the movie screen. They're not even real. What do you think this reality is? You think it's real? It's just a freaking movie, folks. So it's just, again, it's all a matter of, you know, it's just all a matter of making the truth your own, folks. That's what it comes down to. You know, if you're a fan of Jesus and you feel that he's going to come save you on a white horse, or you feel like he's going to come and change the world and you want to put your eggs in that basket, then do that. If you wake up happy like that every single day, great. But the one thing you don't want to do is force that down on somebody else's throat, which most of you now know by now, you're not doing that. That's not the way to roll. You can be rigid and stern in your ideas and your beliefs, making the truth your own. And it's very possible, folks, that we're all creating our own fractals. And what you believe in, you'll end up moving towards when you die. That's a very good possibility. And so again, I just say this loud and clear because this is a very general way to look at things. Just be a good person. See, I don't need an idea like Jesus to be a good person. I don't need that. I don't need that idea. It wouldn't make me any less of a person if that idea didn't exist. I'd still be the person I am right now. I know it. I still would help the world because it's part of my code. I'm here to be a paradigm changer. I already know that now. It's not a matter of, I'm not trying to win a gold medal star. I'm not trying to collect trophies. Don't care about that stuff. I wake up every day and I live through happiness as much as I can. I live through being the pleasure principle. And if something in my life doesn't cause me pleasure, I work everything I can to cut it out of my life. I don't want to deal with freaking heartache and champ. Who wants that crap? I don't. Not interested. But I don't need to put my faith in anything because ultimately no one's coming to save you, in my opinion. You got to do your own saving. But if you believe in the idea of something that's going to come save you, then go do that. That's totally fine. Whatever makes you happy, that's the most important thing. I'm not here to rain on anybody's parade. That's what it comes down to. But I can clearly tell each and every one of you, and this is not my opinion, by the way, it doesn't matter what religion you are because they're all tied to the same source. So that is a fact. It's not even an opinion anymore. Okay, so if you may like to wear blue jeans, I may like to wear t-shirts, or maybe I like to wear shorts. Who's right? They're both clothes, both made out of a material that came from somewhere. The origin's always going to lead back to the same source. Mankind has separated mankind. We're all one. We're all coming back to the one, and that is a fact. That's not my opinion. So just wake up every day and be happy, and that's all and don't be an asshole. That's rule number one. You don't need 10 commandments to not be an asshole. You just don't. Just be a good person. Treat people with respect. Go help people. You know? Decode yourself. Decode your family members. Because, you see, when you decode your family members, some of you don't like your brothers and sisters. Some of you haven't talked to your parents in years. You resent them. You're angry at them. And you're not going to do it. Like, I'm not going to be the one. I already tried twice. And they weren't responsive. So that's it. I'm giving it up. So I'm not going to do it. It's on them. It's their turn to do it. Okay, that's fine if that's the way you want to be. Some of you haven't talked to your brothers and sisters in a long time. Some of you haven't talked to your friends in a long time. When are you going to make the decision to go talk to them again? Tomorrow's not guaranteed, you know? Clean the slate. I have my own slates to clean. I work on my own stuff, just like all of you. I'm not immune to this. I'm literally talking in the mirror when I'm talking to you, folks. It's not just me spitting out words and telling all of you all that kind of stuff. June 22nd. Yeah, master number 22. Go look up the number 22. 22 affinity numerology. Go type that in your Google chat box. 22 affinity numerology. And go look up what it means to be the 22. 22 is the 8 clubs. That's card number 21. You're tied to the 4 faces of the divine. You're tied to Ezekiel 1 verses 10. This card right here is right on the bottom too. So you who's 622, who is that? That's so Jakey. June 22nd, right there. That's your card. 8 clubs. It's got the 4 faces. This card right here, I'm going to show all of you. I have this coming out in my Prison Planet decode, but let me show all of you. In the tarot, you have the 21st card in the Major Arcana. And I'm sorry I'm taking so long. I have to just go through 70 plus cards here. There it is. So here's you have those that have the 8 clubs birthday. You by the way, those of you that have the 8 clubs, super psychic. Can tap into shit that most people can't. Super psychic. You have the ability to do connections that most people can't do. That's part of your code. Now, if everybody could do it, life would be boring. You know? Superman can fly. Not all superheroes can fly. I mean, majority of them can, but you know what I'm saying. But anyway, here is your card. It's the 8 clubs. And you'll notice that on each corner is a club. And then this is the 21st card. Do you notice the similarity there, folks? Whoops, I'm trying to get the world card. The world card. This is the 21st card in the deck. Those of you that have the 8 clubs. And in the 4 corners of each of this card is the 4 fixed signs of astrology. Ox, Lion, Eagle, Man. The world, 21. The word love equals 21. What do you think the odds would be? Only in the Chaldean though, folks. And then this card is tied to Jakey. This is your cards. You see the four on the corners? It's the 4 fixed signs of astrology. 8 clubs tied to the world card. That's how that works. And then you're the 8 of Wands, which means, it's a fast moving, like I said, psychic abilities. You probably have psychic ability, I would say. So let's see, 3rd of July, Queen Diamonds, card 38. Queen Diamonds. Let me show you that. Who is that? I don't know. So Andrea Brinley. Queen Diamonds. It's the puppet. It's the marionettist card. So Andrea Brinley, I'm going to suggest that you go watch The Manchurian Candidate. Not only the one with Denzel Washington in 2004. Those of you that have the Queen Diamonds card, you should watch The Manchurian Candidate. And if you've seen it already, go watch it again. Because movies you see for the second time, you get new stuff. That movie came out in 2004. The 1962 version, which was the original version of it, starring Frank Sinatra, is got this card all over it. This is the marionettist card. Washington, D.C. has a latitude of 38 degrees north. This is card 38. Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds. So hopefully that'll help you out. And then go research your card. Go to it'sallinthecards.com. I'm going to put it in the thing below. Some of you in the chat box. It'sallinthecards.com. There it is again. Right there. I just put it in there for all of you. It'sallinthecards.com. Okay, so Pinker Little, thank you. Well, I don't have a lady, so I've been single for a while, and my girlfriend is my research right now. Let's see. Let's see, I'm going through 32, 33 feathers on wings. What's up, Kevin? There's a smart guy. Mr. Ace Spades himself. Kevin, you saw in my Angel Falls at the very end, nickel, cobalt, and iron ended up leading to the 173, which is the 40th prime number, which was you. Tied to you, brother. I mean, I know who you are, but it's just funny still finding nuggets of how close you are to the creator of this reality. And again, folks, how close are you to the creator? I mean, everybody is one. We're all one. So it's not a matter of saying, well, I'm closer than you are. Just know your code. Some of you don't know what your code is. That's why some of you are asking. That's totally cool. You're asking, what's my card? You should know what your card is. I've put it in there. It's allinthecards.com. You should go to that website and go read about your birthday. It's going to be about 95% accurate. How can somebody that doesn't even know you describe you within 95% accuracy? How is that possible? Because the game of life is fixed. The code is fixed. Okay, and when you get better with reading the code, then you become more ingrained in the code, and the code becomes one with you, and then you're not so watered down with the code. And then when you start to see things, the code will show itself to you. It won't be hidden anymore. Some of you that are just starting out, you'll get it. It takes time. You can't just get to an advanced level of decoding by just starting out decoding. You got to take your time. Start off with decoding yourself. All of you should be doing this every single weekend, making it a ritual of decoding you and your family and comparing notes. If you have a partner, if you have a husband or wife or a girlfriend, boyfriend, you should know your partner. Not just like, oh, well, they're a Sagittarius. Oh, okay. That's just one little layer. See, if there's any resistance in your relationship, and this is general now, by the way. I completely get that there are certain things in relationships that supersede what I'm about to tell you. But I believe, and I've seen it with my own two eyes, and I've done a lot of relationship coaching over the years, where you know why relationships fail? Because people try to push their code on somebody else. That's it. Without accepting the code of their partner. See, your partner shows up with their code, and you don't like their code. So you're like, oh, you can't do that. I don't like the way you do that. That really bothers me that you do that. Well, too bad. It's my code, dude. Why would you go change your code then? That's not what happens in this reality. We're so programmed to point the finger. Because see, the folks, I'm going to be really, 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 really real with all of you right now. Okay, and I went through Landmark. And if you've never been through, it's called landmarkworldwide.com. One of the greatest. I've done it 3 times now. It's a 3.5-day workshop. And it is, I'm going to go do it again once they open the doors again and they start doing them live. I want to take it again this year. Meet some amazing people there. Completely change your life. But in there they tell you. Inside Landmark, and they allow you to, you just completely change your life. I see people and how they behave. And I realize that they're not willing to accept their partner. And you folks, you know that when you get into a relationship for the first, not the first time, but when you first get into a brand new relationship, it's like a shiny new toy. It's like the white sneaker, no markings on it. Brand new car. You're like pride of ownership. Yeah, look at my new car. Yeah, look at my new girlfriend. I want to go show her off. Look at my man. Isn't he hot? You go through that honeymoon stage. And so you don't really care what the other person does. You're not really concerned. You just want to have fun, enjoy each other, make each other feel good, show each other off. What happens to that? What happens to the honeymoon stage? There are exceptions, but for the majority of you out there, it dissolves into nothing. And then you conform to that person, and then that shiny new toy, that brand new purse you ladies get, brand new set of earrings, diamond earrings, new pumps. Can't wait to wear them. Oh, look at my new red bottom shoes. Then you go a year later and they're in your closet and you haven't pulled them out in 6 months, but you won't sell them. So you conform to it. And that's what happens with relationships. With the relationships, you don't study your partners, their code. It's like buying a brand new car and never studying the owner's manual. And then you're trying to drive down the street and you're like, frig, man, I wish I knew how this cruise control works. You're driving across, you rent a car, perfect. You rent a car and no one shows you how to use anything. You've never been in the car you rented and you're going across country and you're trying to figure out how the cruise control works, and it's got all these buttons everywhere and you can't figure it out. So you can't use the cruise control. Freaking annoying, man. I love using cruise control. So your life becomes miserable because you can't use the cruise control and you're used to using the cruise control. Then you figure out how to use it and you're like, oh, God, a sigh of relief. How about when you have a car and you guys have shitty windshield wipers? You haven't changed them in like 3 years and the rubber's all deteriorating and then it's pouring rain out and your windshield wipers are moving and you can't even freaking see. Why just change the freaking windshield wipers? Because we conform to the old ones. Like, I'll just do it later, put it off. Well, some of you put off discovering who your partner is. You think you know who your partner is, but you don't know. And you just go through that honeymoon stage and then you conform to that. And then you're just like, then you don't accept your partner. People change, folks. If you do your personality type test, I had said earlier in this broadcast, if you do your personality type test, you should be doing it every 6 months, every year. You should encourage your partner to do it. And then you swap. Like, hey, honey, I'm an INTP. Oh, wow, I'm an ENFJ. What is an ENFJ? Well, here, go read about it. That is having an interest in your partner, is discovering their code. And then you know what it means to be an ENFJ. Some of you get moody because of certain positions in your natal chart. You're the moon. It's like, I know you ladies, you go through the menstrual cycle. I know that. I've been in relationships. And some of the people that I've been with in relationships, and they go through that PMS stage, they become different people. Am I to get mad at that? You shouldn't be that way. You know what? You shouldn't be acting that way. You're on your cycle. Well, that's the very reason why I'm freaking behaving this way. It's part of my code. It's what happens when I get on a cycle. You know what you're going to get. Maybe you should spend time away from the house when your girlfriend or your wife's is going through the menstrual cycle. Maybe you need to go on a golfing trip with some buddies of yours. That's how you dictate the code. And then you just communicate with your partner. You're like, you know what? I really can't handle being around you this way because I haven't been able to tolerate this. So I'm just going to go away for a little bit. And then the partner should be like, I totally get it. Because who the hell wants to have suffering in a relationship? But you know what happens in relationships that I see? People it's not about companionship. It's like, I'm going to just completely suck the life out of you. And I'm going to be a codependent person. And you can't be that way because I'm codependent and you have to do exactly what I say. It just doesn't work. Doesn't work, folks. I know there are intangibles, so I'm just giving generalized information of decoding your partner. So I know there are other factors involved. Traumatizations, all these things, they're part of your code. Some of you, things happened when you were a kid. Maybe you got bullied when you were in school and you're still traumatized by it and it affects your relationship. Well, if you just sweep it under the rug, how fair is that to your partner? Because that male or female has to deal with your BS because you just like, well, I don't want to deal with it. So I'm going to sweep it under the rug. And then when it rears its ugly head, you're going to feel all the pain. I'm going to be a total witch to you, or I'm going to be a total asshole to you. That's not living out true code, folks. It's looking at your issues, discovering your code, and then, part of your code, folks, it's not even just your natal chart. It's not even your numerology and your life path. It's also what happened to you when you were a kid. That's part of your code. You were given that for a specific reason. Now you can chop it up to, well, it's my karma. I'm paying off my karma. Maybe. Could be. Could be that you're paying off your karma. But you can slice it and dice it any way you want. It's part of your code. You should decode it and realize, well, you know what? Maybe I'm behaving this way because I'm still hanging on to something that happened to me when I was a kid. Oh my God, there it is. When I do readings for people, folks, and I look at your natal charts, everybody has a spiritual wound. It's called Chiron. Everybody has a spiritual wound. It's called Chiron. You should know where your Chiron, what house it's in. It's going to debilitate you there a little bit. You need to plug the holes. And it often, from what I've seen on all the research I've done and all the readings and experiences, myself included, a lot of it stems from your childhood. Something may have happened when you were a kid and you have swept it under the rug, don't want to deal with it because it's not pleasurable, and yet it affects you today. And then guess what your partner gets to deal with? All your luggage and baggage. That's why I know I'm at a level now, and this is just me personally right now, not interested in any of that stuff. I'm single right now. I have been for a while. My life has been the reason why I'm able to come out with these Decode Your Reality channel and the dedication I've had to it, and doing these 3, 4, 5 hour broadcasts. I couldn't do this with I shouldn't say I couldn't, but when you have a partner, they demand your attention. Something has to get sacrificed. But I'm not. I can tell you right now, I've had a lot of time to observe other relationships and see other people coming at me and their complaints. And I'm telling you right now, folks, the main thing I see is people are not accepting their partner's code. That's the main thing, bar none. They're not accepting the person's reality of them being a Sagittarius sun with a Aquarius moon and having their Mars in the 3rd house and understanding that and realizing they're a 7 life path and you're a 4 life path. What does that mean? That's your soul contract. And you're fighting about this. A lot of fights happen. Lack of communication, sure, but it's lack of not knowing your partner's code. That's what it is. And we have to get away from that, because the only way we can move into the golden age and brotherhood is just saying, you know what? What's your superhero power? Oh, wow. That's pretty awesome. And the more attention you give on that, and then what's your debilitating? What's your kryptonite? You see, people, we don't like other people's kryptonite, or we become their kryptonite. We don't like our partner's nagging, debilitating personality. We don't like the way they're coded, so we just you shouldn't do that. And then they get pissed off. Who are you? So, I'm not interested in that. I know what level of consciousness I'm at now. I'm accepting of everybody, but one thing I can say for sure I've known throughout my entire life is I've always, you do you, and just let me do me. Don't encroach on don't come at my real estate. Just please let me do me. Because when I'm a happy person, my vibration goes up. Same with you. When you're fighting and you're just not accepting your partner's code, your vibration goes down. And now someone has to either come down, or you stay down in there and you wallow in your misery, or then they stay up there and then you get irritated at that because they're not coming down to your level. So the only way to stay even keeled, in my opinion, is just studying your partner's code. And the more you know about your code, it's like studying the instruction manual in your glove box of your car. The more you read about your car, the better you're going to be able to drive. The more you drive the car and experience it, you're going to handle it better. Okay, I can go around corners doing 80 miles an hour, and I know the car can handle that. I've done it enough times. I know how loud I can turn my speakers before the speakers start to crackle. I know what I can do. I can do that. And I'm reading the instruction manual. I know how to use the cruise control. I know how to use the backup cameras. I know how to set the alarm from a distance. Just all that stuff. Some of you don't know how your partner works and functions. And yet you push your code upon them and you expect them to behave in the way your code works. It doesn't work that way. Sorry, folks. It just does not work that way. It doesn't work that way. So I'm saying to all of you folks. So if you have, okay, let me get to your questions. Chiron and, okay, well, folks, listen. Chiron and Gemini in the 6th house, go Google it. Go read it. You're going to get a lot more from Googling. If you type in Guerrilla Mafia, Chiron and Gemini 6th house, go Google that. Go find out what it means. Just Google it. Find out where your Chiron is, and then Google it, and you'll probably have millions of hits. And then just go through them at your leisure and read as much as you can about what it means to be Chiron in the 6th house. I like this lady. Her name's Jessica Davidson. That's who I use for my readings for people. Jessica Davidson. So if you go to her website, Jessica Davidson, Chiron, she'll tell you what it means to have a Chiron in a certain house. If you're in the 6th house, your wound is to something of mastery. Could be something to your health. Your health may be suffering. You got to pay attention to that. In the 6th house. If you're in the 5th house, then your Chiron is linked to, being critical of others and not creating yourself. You need to be more creative and not be so critical of other people. Because when you're critical of other people, you're not creating. You're more interested in being critical to them than creating. Because again, house number 5. What is house number 5 in astrology? It's manifestation. If your wound is to manifestation, that should tell you all you need. If you have your Chiron in the 4th house, that's all linked to the heart. It's going to be linked to your wounds, going to be to your heart. Something happened to your heart. If you're in house number 3, it's going to be something to your creative side, your communication side, your solar plexus. Could mean you have a debilitated digestive system. If you have Chiron in the 2nd house, it's going to be linked to how you deal with other people, because 2 means duality. If you have Chiron in the 1st house, it's going to be all linked up to your ego personality. Maybe you don't like yourself. Maybe you don't see yourself as a good person. Maybe you got suppressed when you were a kid. If you have Chiron in the 7th house, it could be linked to marriage and partnerships and business partnerships, how you see other people. If you have it in the 8th house, it's going to be linked to Scorpio. Scorpio's linked to the 33 vertebrae. Chiron in the 8th house linked to death and regeneration. Maybe you have maybe you had an early childhood. Possibly you almost escaped death when you were a kid. When you have Chiron in the 8th house. Chiron in the 9th house. 9 means your higher mind. You're going to have debilitating aspects to your higher mind. Your hermit. Your philosophy. Maybe you don't think it's good enough. Chiron in the 10th. Service to others. Execution on the world. Maybe you procrastinate too much. Saturn owns Capricorn in the 10th house. If you have a debilitating Chiron in the 10th house, it's going to be debilitating your service to the world. It's going to be debilitating you actually executing on ideas. Maybe you're somebody who just is that, like the road is paved with flat squirrels who couldn't make a decision. Don't be a flat squirrel. Maybe you're a flat squirrel. Maybe you just get caught in the headlights and you can't move and you just get run over. So you're maybe all about you can't execute and you're stuck in the idea. And so your challenge is to fill the holes and to execute. Many of you don't do that, mind you. You don't even need a wound in Chiron for that to happen. Many of you are stuck in your ideas and you're too afraid to execute on them. Some of you have great ideas and you never execute on them because of fear. That's why you have fear. If everybody executed on all their ideas in this world, how would this world be? There'd be no challenges. It'd be a different world. All right, so let's go. Lucy Decoded is an interesting topic. Yeah, I did. Thanks, Maximus. I did Lucy. Then Lucifer, Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds, all that. So, Sunny, you have Chiron and Aries. Then go type in what does it mean to have Chiron and Aries and go read about it. So all you have to do, folks, it's all in the keywords. Some of you, it's very easy. Whatever you're asking me in the question right here, go type it into a Google search or Yahoo search, or whatever you use for your search engine. Chris, what are your thoughts on a woman riding the beast in Revelation? I don't have any thoughts on it, Chris. I mean, the whole book is an allegory. It's not to be taken literal. I mean, what's the beast to you? What's the beast? I mean, if the beast is man, the beast is us. We're all the beast. We're all little beasts running down here in Wonderland. So we have to be the best little devils we can. That's what I can tell you. Ryan, what's up, man? Chiron, second house. Well, Chiron, again, what does it Chiron in the second house mean? You know, folks, I'm not just going to I told you guys, Chiron in the second house is all linked to how you work and relate to people, because that's duality. So do you have a wound towards that? Like, are you afraid to work in crowds? Are you afraid you're not going to be good enough in front of people? Chiron in the second house can affect your money and your earnings. You know, do you think you're good enough to do this and do that? Are you earning the money that you deserve? Do you believe in yourself? But the number 2 is all about money and possessions. It's about procreation. So your second house in astrology, folks, is the ruler is Taurus, 2 horns. We're all little devils because we're all down in our duality. So if you take the horns of Taurus, you become the devil. And Taurus is overseen, or the lord of Taurus, the second house, is Venus. Venus and Taurus, they rhyme. If you take the reproductive system of the female and you look at the female reproductive system next to the Taurus symbol, it's identical. You can see it. Taurus and Venus are in bed together, and it's all about procreation. The sacral chakra is the second chakra. And what happens down in number 2? Procreation. Procreation. What is 2? More than 1. Make babies. Maximus, I don't want to enter into the money system. Well, what do you mean you don't want to enter into it? How are you making your way through life? How do you pay for your food? I mean, if you're living off the grid and you're not using electricity, and you're living like the Amish where they don't use any electricity and they grow their own food, that's totally fine. I'm not interested in that, folks. I like the perks of being a human being. That's just me, right? There's no forcing. You're not forced to do anything. If you don't want to enter the monetary system, then go live off the land. You can do that. You have the ability to go buy a piece of land or go far away into the jungle or go to somewhere in the woods, in the mountains, and go live off the land. You can do that if you want to. Now, there's going to be disadvantages to that. Not everybody can come visit you. You're going to be not using technology, so you're going to be cut off from society. So there are a lot of disadvantages to not using the money system. I mean, that's just the way it is. Guerrilla Mafia, what's your life path? I have 26. My life path is 26/8. 26/8. And all of you have a compound number. 26/8. I have an 8 life path. 8 is about death and regeneration. So I'm here, for those of you that have an 8 life path, like me, you have a responsibility with money and power. You have absolute leadership skills. And you're all about death and regeneration. So your primary, you can become a philanthropist, you can work with money. Those of you that have 8 life paths, you work really well with those of you that have 9 life paths. 8 and 9, because the 9 is the humanitarian. The 8 life paths, they have the ability to accumulate power and wealth if they so choose, if it's part of their code. And if you take somebody that has a lot of money and power, and then they give it to a humanitarian, well, now you have something extremely powerful. Because then those of you that have the 8 life path can join forces with somebody who's a 9 life path, like a charity or a humanitarian effort, and you can give them your money and you can create something that will change the world. So it's just really a matter of do you want to team up with a 9 life path if you're a 9 life path. Okay, let me look at some. Wondering if you have seen the movie The Dark Crystal. Oh yeah, I have seen it. I saw it when I was a kid, and I was actually tinkering around with that today in numerology. What was crystal? Crystal is 17, which is an exact match of life. The word life equals 17. And we know that, yin yang is 17. So the dark crystal should give you an indication. And, folks, remember, dark came first. There's no debate about that. I mean, if you follow theology and God said, let there be light, well, if he had said, let there be light, what was before that? Darkness. Had to be. Makes sense. When you're born in the mother's womb, there's absolutely no light in there. You're born in darkness. When you die and you close your eyes, darkness. So darkness comes first, and then light. That's a fact. So Maximus, listen, folks, let me just discuss a little bit about money and stuff like that since we're talking about this, okay? Look, everything in this reality is duality. Okay? Guns protect, guns kill. They can be both. Money can be used to support a humanity. Folks, I can tell you this right now. I've done a lot of personal development. I've been to a lot of seminars. I was on the seminar circuit for many years. I loved it. I want to go back on the circuit again. Meet so many people. It's amazing. And what I learned is that no matter what it is that you want to do in life, if you want to make an impact, you need money. Now, yeah, sure, there are exceptions. I will not deny that there are ways that you can make an impact on the world without any money. But I'm talking the biggest amount of change. You will need to have some form of income to keep that nucleus going. Because let's face it, folks, how much of an impact will you have on the world now if you don't use technology? If you strip away your social media, if you strip away using a computer, if you strip away using your cell phone, can't use this anymore. If you strip away all your technology, your impact on the world will go down so massively. So I learned through the seminar business and going on tour and being involved in personal development and learning money and learning money management and all that stuff. I realized that hey man, I want to make this mark on the world. I want to become a conglomerate brand in a sense. And the only way that I can actually do that is not only do I need people helping and support, but I need a flow of income coming in. Because with that flow of income, what am I going to do with it? I'm going to help people with it, which is the opposite of what a lot of people do with money. A lot of people have money and they just so greedy, they end up becoming debilitating towards the planet Earth. That's not what I'm interested in. I personally, and I know most of you that are on here, if not all of you, are interested in making the world a better place. Well, you need some kind of income to come into your business or to come into your philanthropist business or to come into your humanitarian, even charities that are 501c3, what do they rely on? Money. It's just the way the world's set up right now. And so if you take that money that you earn and you do it for the good of the planet, there's no loss there. It's just a matter of when the tides turn and you could easily become corrupt with that. Like your ego gets too big and you're like, oh, look at me, I'm making this major change on the world stage and you're not, and then it's easy to get egotistical. Like I like the story of the guy who made the 5 Hour Energy. I can't remember his name, but he made this documentary called Billions and Change. If you haven't seen it, you should check it out. It's called Billions and Change. And what he did with the majority of the money that he made from the 5 Hour Energy, he started to open up hospitals in areas that didn't have them, in schools. And then he created a big factory where he hired a whole bunch of engineers to come there. And all they do there is they make new technology to help the world. It's a pretty inspiring story. We need to have more of those people in the world. Those people you can't get supplies to help an engineer build a product without cash flow. You need cash flow. And that's why I'm saying, folks, I just can't. Thank you, Bold and Beautiful. I appreciate your donation. I can't imagine why people are so against cryptocurrency. I just don't understand it. I really, really don't. They're so like, oh, money's so evil and people make it their prime focus. That's not me. But even if you made it your prime focus, what's the end result of that prime focus point? Like if you were just like, you know what, I just want to make $10 million a year, $20 million a year. It's what you do with it that will determine the outcome of what you earn with that $20 million. And folks, listen, the monetary system in the United States, it was called the Coin Act of 1792. That's when the coins were first minted in the U.S. That was the birth of money in the United States. If you do the dates and the structures, it's coming to an end. The handwriting's on the wall. You've been given the opportunity to see it. Like it's not a secret. It's right there for you to see it. And if you actually believe that the dollar or hard currency is going to continue on, you don't know economics. You cannot just use something you read in a book and just call it a day. You can't be like, well, no, God said that. You're just speculating. You're absolutely speculating on what you believe, and you're not diverse. You have all your eggs in one basket. You're hoping. You are just hoping that the whole world goes kaput so you can be right. That's what you're doing. You're just hoping that something divine will happen and a cataclysm just so you can be right. Just so you can say, see, I told you, cryptocurrency, that's a dead currency. That's not going to happen. You're just hoping that some huge event happens so you can be right. That's what the world's all about. Those of you that think that, they're not going to crash the economy. So, folks, economies crash all the time. If you go study economics, which most of you don't study economics, you're just speaking out of your butts. Sorry to say, right? And this is just my opinion, by the way. But if you study the patterns, the Great Depression, 1929, October 24th, then you look at the crash of 2008, and you do the timelines, history repeats itself. Folks, we may not even be on it. We may just be entering the dark age. Do you actually think, everybody thinks we're going into the golden age. There's no proof of that. What if we have to go through another 1,000 years of dark ageness and go into a really, really dark time where it's complete control and there is the rise of the machines? What if that is really what's going to happen? Are you prepared for that? So you have to have no attachments. Some of you are attached to this cataclysm and you're like, oh, well, God's going to step in and Jesus is going to come and save everything. And so, folks, do you realize who wrote all that stuff? The Roman Catholic Church did. Now, that's not even my opinion. And then they got their information from the Old Testament. But you see, you have a whole line of history that dates thousands of years before all that stuff was written by the Roman Catholic Church in the year 382, written by the Council of Nicaea, who delivered the New Testament, which was originally in the Greek language, that you're putting all your eggs in that basket. I know plenty of people that do. And that's totally fine. I'm just laying all the things out on the table for all of you that are still on the fence of that. I'm suggesting mildly now to be more diverse. That's it. Just to be a little diverse. Be ready for anything. Because if you're wrong and there is no cataclysm and there is no something coming down and completely just shattering the monetary system and no more crypto, and you're not ready and you haven't decoded reality enough, like I said, you can't just, folks, there are people that have degrees in economics, have been studying this stuff, and they see the patterns. And they're not just invested in what a book tells you, that you read, that you got handed down to you, that you have no idea where it came from. You don't know the history of it. You don't know who wrote it. Folks, listen, let me just be really candid with all of you, just so we can be clear. The Roman Catholic Church was the final say-so of delivering the New Testament to the world. Fact. Fact. And on the front of the cover of the King James Version Bible that came out in the year 1611 has the symbol of the Yod-Heh-Vah-Heh on it. Fact. Not my opinion, that's a fact. And that's why I laugh when I look at people that say, well, I'm a Christian. No, you're actually Jewish. I mean, if you really want to get technical about it. Because the Yod-Heh-Vah-Heh is on the front of your Christian Bible, which predates Christianity. It's the Torah, which means battery, by the way, the Old Testament. And then, you're not even willing to go and look at any other texts like the Upanishads and the Vedas and the Tibetan Book of the Dead and all these things that predate all these newer texts that are on the world stage. And you don't even follow, it's kind of funny, you don't even follow your own suggestions. I mean, if you look at it from a very conscious point of view, it says in that book, it says that broad and spacious is the road leading off into destruction, and many are finding it. Well, then we compare what's popular on the world stage today. What's the most popular thing that would be the broad and spacious road? Guess what religion it would be, folks? Christianity. That would be the broad and spacious road if you want to get really technical about it. See, people don't observe this kind of stuff. See, I don't take it literal because I realize that it's all linked to the same source. And they're allegories. Because I know a guy didn't get swallowed by a big fish and sat in the tummy for 3 days and 3 nights linking to the 33. I know there was no guy named Jonah that really happened to. And I know that there wasn't really a snake that talked to a human being because I've never had a snake talk to me. And neither have any one of you ever had an animal talk to you. Not in that sense. And it's just so really interesting that people actually fell for that story. They still fall for it. Well, there was a snake that told Eve, hey, you certainly won't die. And yet there's never been another talking snake before. I wonder why. How come only one time ever in history? And I wasn't there to witness it, so there's no proof that it actually happened. But yet there's never been another snake that's talked ever in the history of mankind. Interesting. But yet, I grew up and I believed every story in that book. I really did. I really, really did. And, and then if you're not willing to study the history of these books and you're just buying right into the books, well, then you're not interested in the power to create. You're more interested in the things created. Because, folks, I don't think you realize that, there's apex predators out there which have a design just like you do. Just like I talked about the mosquito and the tick. And there are apex predators, lions and polar bears. Those are all apex predators. Well, who are the apex predators at the human level? Got to take that into consideration. And again, it's not a matter of like they're teaching false doctrine. No, they're doing their job, actually. That's what they're doing. They're just doing their job. Now, you may not like what they're doing. I don't like some of the stuff they're doing. I don't like mosquitoes. I swat them. Like, dude, kick stones, get out of here. Thank you, Sonny. I appreciate you. But, folks, I'm not interested in the watered down stories. I need ironclad supporting evidence these days. I'm not one into faith, really, because faith is just a matter of what you believe. Faith is just a watered down version of what you believe. And I know now that, we're playing a game. It's called chess, the game of life. And I believe human beings are an experiment. And folks, it's really interesting. I think we're going to do a collective consciousness read before I end this transmission. I've been going for quite some time. It's getting 2 a.m. now, and I know I got to be quiet because I got neighbors, and my windows are wide open because it's hot outside. But anyway, folks, what I want to give you the scenario of to think about moving forward is there are people right now in my nephew, his name's Ryan, who I love dearly, lives in Texas. He's been in the video game world for a very long time. He knows it. He does computer programming, and it's kind of interesting that I have a relative who's in that industry, and he's somebody who helps you fix your computers and all. He's very tech savvy. But anyway, he's really involved in video games. And when he plays video games, what he does is he puts the headphones on with the microphone piece, and he goes online and connects online. And then they'll play these video games, pretty much a lot of the shooting games, and he'll connect with people in all different parts around the world, just like we're doing right now. Some of you are in different countries. I'm in central Mexico right now. 20 years ago, we couldn't do this. But almost instantaneously, I can tell you and talk to you about things in life, and you can hear me. Got music playing, having a good time. But anyway, the video game world right now is where you can go on to these video games, go in and meet up and play together as a team, as a unit. It's a team player thing. You can do it with football. Like, okay, I'm going to be the quarterback, you can be the receiver. And you can actually be on the field at the same time and play your character. That's where we're at with technology. Now, I want you to think about this. Why would it be any different for whatever's created this reality? For that architect or gods, whatever you want to call it, they have the remote and they're meeting up. And each one of us are under the guise of their remote control. Why would that be so far-fetched for people to really think about and believe? Because that's the layer of technology that we're at right now. You can go onto a video game and join up and play together for all different parts of the world. You know, if you remember the movie X-Men, the specific one in 2016, it was Apocalypse. It was awesome. And in that X-Men, the guy who was from ancient Egypt, I can't remember his name. But when he found Charles Xavier, and he realized that the little hat that Charles Xavier put on, which was, can't remember the name of it now. Started with an E, but he put the hat on and he would connect to all the mutants around the world. Just like that. And the guy in Apocalypse, X-Men, he said, "You're everything I needed. You're the missing link. With you, I can connect to every mutant around the world, and I can speak to them." And that's what we're going towards, folks. We're converging with our Maker, I feel, and we're going inward. See, the age of Aquarius is going inward. It's I know thyself. Cerebro. Thank you, Josh. Cerebro. Thank you, John. Thank you, Josh. Some of you got it. That's awesome. But yeah, it's Cerebro. But it was connecting all the mutants around the world, and that was what the guy needed in the Apocalypse, to connect to all of them. That was the missing link. What do you think we're all doing right now, folks? Connecting ourselves together. And when they bring in this 5G reality, 5G technology, it's going to further enhance the connectability of all of us around the world. Because what you'll end up having the ability to do, you can grab this phone, this little mini computer, and you can you're going to be able to download movies that are an hour and a half long in seconds. There'll be no lag on transmissions like this. It will be almost lifelike. Like I'll be in your living room and you'll have better quality TVs, and these keep getting better and better, smaller and smaller. Actually, people like the big screens, but these are getting faster and faster. And is there any end to it? Is there going to be an end to this? Eventually everything ends. Every empire falls. But the technology is advancing so much right now. Is this the pinnacle for all of us? And, again, where we're at with this technology, I think we're merging with with the way the world works. I believe we're in a simulation, and we're now creating the micro of that simulation, and it's merging with the macro. And I feel that it's really interesting because the whole biblical stories of the paradise and all that stuff, that could be merging into the digital world. That's what it really could mean. I know a lot of people, what I was taught, there's really going to be a paradise made on earth, and the animals are going to live together, and there's not going to be any more killing and all that kind of stuff. And that may be true. Be a cool world, I guess. Could pet jaguars and tigers and stuff like that. That'd be kind of cool. But is it possible that book was written to kind of move you and prepare you for going into the digital world and suffering? Now, I talked about this before, and a lot of you were very resistant, and I said this is a possibility. I'm not saying it's absolute. But you know what suffers, folks? Is the avatar you're in. That's what suffers. And I know it's part of life. I understand, like falling in love and all that stuff. That's amazing. The first kiss and, all that. That's all awesome stuff. But I know each and every one of you, especially those of you that have health conditions, chronic ones, and the doctor can't fix it. Some of you have those. And you end up getting to a point where you just are so tired of it. So tired of suffering. The pain, you're on pain meds and you can't get off them. And you're just killing yourself. And some of you have become addicts because you've been on pain meds, and you started out with pain meds and you've moved into an addiction, and it was just a gradual progression, and it was, kind of unavoidable in a lot of ways. So don't get mad at yourself for it. But that's the level of human being. That's what's going on in life. Is it some of you get so chronically in pain, and some of you are just, you can't handle it, and you just try to mask it and just deal with it, and you're not enjoying life. If you really were honest with yourself, you'd say, you know what, I'm really not enjoying my life. So how do you end that? How do you end the suffering? Well, the story of ending all the pain and outcry and mourning and death will be no more and all that stuff, it's a great thought. But again, we know the book is an allegory. God didn't get swallowed as a fish. Snake didn't talk to somebody. And all these ethnic backgrounds didn't come from a male and a female. Doesn't make logical sense. Not in my book. So we know it's an allegory. So we have to make the truth our own. We have to cherry pick. And as I said, folks, what I feel is the right thing to do, just be a good person. Be a good person. That's a surefire way to make it into the next round. If you study the Law 1 material, you know what it talks about? Graduation. The Law 1 material talks about graduation. And that's all, and now that all has to do with Ra. And you know what Ra is, folks? 88. Because radium is the 88th element. And radium's average atomic weight is 226. What's 226? 22/6. 22/6. What is 6? The pineal gland. What's 22? The master of duality. What's 88? We know 88's time travel. That's how the angels get down here. It's tied to the 39 angel falls, if you watch my decode on that. The swan That's how we get here to this incarnation. So Ra has a lot to do with it. So again, folks, you got to study ancient Egypt. You got to go and look at things that predate the newer stuff and at least give it a fair chance. At least say, I tried the chocolate ice cream. I didn't like it. I'm sticking with the strawberry. Okay, cool. Thanks for trying it. A lot of you don't try the chocolate. You're just so stuck on strawberry. And you're too afraid because you've been programmed that if you veer away from the chocolate or you veer away from the strawberry, you're going to die. So funny, I was watching George Carlin and his stand-up comedy on religion. It just cracks me up. And George Carlin, I was like, okay, maybe I'm going to decode this guy. Well, you know what I found with George Carlin? His name in numerology in one of the ciphers is 79. That's gold. If you do his alchemology, it's 166. Tetragrammaton equals 166. So clearly I can see to me, the architect comes down here and becomes man, period. And lives out through all of us through remote control, however the code works. And man's just expressing the code. So just have fun with it. And I'm just suggesting to all of you, let's just laugh. Just have fun. Don't take things so serious. But be prepared. Because if you have a rent or a mortgage, you gotta pay that right now anyway. If you go to the grocery store and buy bread and you buy spaghetti or whatever, you gotta pay for that. They crashed the monetary system, and the whole conclusion to the moving into the paradise and stuff could be moving into crypto, and that will change a lot of things, and you're not ready for it, you're screwed. Do you want to take that chance? I wouldn't want to. I haven't done that. I'm prepared. Are you prepared? It's part of decoding reality, being diverse. I mean, you don't just own one pair of underwear, folks. Some of you, that's how you treat the monetary system. Oh, no, I'm not getting crypto. I'm sticking with my dirty underwear because I know what my underwear gives me. And I'm just set on my one pair of underwear, and I'm not going to diverse myself. It's just old way thinking. Okay. So, folks, I'm going to end this transmission here in a few minutes. Let's do a conscious card reading, shall we? Because it's 2:15 in the morning. You ladies are funny. Yeah, George Carlin was awesome. Some of the comments I'm not going to respond on. Maximus, brother, no, don't worry about it. Just so you know, folks, I want to make a statement here and let you know. If you email me, my email is decodeyourreality@gmail.com. If you decide to email me, that's totally fine. But I just want you to know that emailing is my least favorite mode of communication. And the very reason why is because some of you are not getting a lot of emails like I get. You just, you're getting a few here and there. Well, I got 10,000 subscribers closing in. I have a lot of people contacting me. I have a lot of other things going on in my life. So some of you send these emails and you'll just put all this text in there. And I read through them, but I can't be obligated to send you this long message back. So I just hope you understand. Like if I'm sending you like something very short and sweet, please understand that I mean no disrespect. Emailing is my least favorite mode of communication. It just takes too long to sit there and write down my thoughts of what I got to tell you. And sometimes it's complex. Okay. My favorite mode of communication besides this and doing my videos is through Telegram or WhatsApp. I don't really care who's listening because they're going to listen anyway. Not interested in that crap. Don't care. Listen all you want. Eventually the truth's going to be heard about everything anyway. So don't matter. But that's my method of communication is Telegram or WhatsApp. So I just like to press the button on the phone and talk into it and tell you what I got to say. And I know eventually, folks, I'm going to get to the point where I'm going to end up probably having an assistant because that's where I'm headed. I mean, it's just like I'm going to get busier and busier and I'm going to need help. because I want to keep this thing going. I want to get it bigger and bigger. And I got a lot of other plans I'm not sharing right now and spilling all the good stuff, but I have a lot of other great things that I'm going to be releasing to the world and making this whole process a better presentation for all of you. I'm going to be getting a customized backdrop and just making it more clean and better lighting. And I'm doing all that because I want to make the experience better for all of you. I want to feel better about the experience of giving it to you. You know, and I want to make it more fun for you because, folks, we got to be entertained. I love stand-up comedians. You know why I like stand-up comedians? I like to laugh. I don't laugh enough. So whenever I'm not laughing enough, I just go watch stand-up comedians. And I laugh my ass off. I like a lot of stand-up comedians. So if some of you, I'm going to request, some of you have great stand-up comedians you like. Send me an email with your stand-up comedian skits. Not the entire 2-hour version of it. But just like a clip, like, hey, this 5 minutes is what are the funniest stand-up comedian snippets you've ever seen? I'd like to see them. I love stand-up comedy. That's the architect, being a stand-up comedian, being a sarcastic son of a bitch. You know, it's everything. So let's get into a conscious card reading for everybody, okay? What's up, Christine? Well, we're going to get into a conscious card reading right now, folks, okay? So this is your first time on here and you haven't been a part of this, what I'm going to do, we did this last time, and I'm going to show you guys, let me show you really quickly the past cards that we pulled and the questions, okay? So let's see if I can find the... So I've done this a few times. There's the one. Let's see, So the question I asked, and I'm open for suggestions on the question to ask. Okay, Gorilla wants me to pull it from the top. Where is the star? And then we pulled the Pentacles. That's right. We pulled the 4 of Pentacles. There it is. So here are the ones I remember. Let me see if I can get... Okay, so I just want to get some more music on, folks. But here is the... we did this group reading before. And I had asked all of you. We took 1 minute of silence, paid attention, jacked up the music. And the question was, what do you see the world in 1 year from now? How do you see it? And this was the card we pulled. The star. The 17th card. And the meaning behind this was, the Star is Born, rock star, movie star. This card right here, if you watch my Angel Falls decode, this card means Earth, the incarnation process. The sun, moon, and this is the Earth card. So what would that mean for a conscious collective reading for all of us? What is the world going to look like in 1 year? You guys think it's going to look like a brand new Earth, new change, completely upending what's going on. Then the Star is Born. It was amazing when we pulled that. Then we did another one not too long ago, and I had asked, how do you see the world in, I think it was 6 months from now or something like that. And we pulled this card. And it was even more apparent. This is the 5 of Pentacles. When you look at this card, there's a bag lady and a peg leg guy on crutches. And they're in the wintertime. She has no shoes on in front of a church. Of course. And the symbology of this was debilitation, hard times ahead. So collectively, the second time we did it was all of you thought that we'd have some hard times ahead. And then we just did this, last week? I've been trying to do these shows now once a week. We pulled the 4 of Pentacles, which is the card of, depending on where you're at in the world, this was the card of yesterday, when China announced that it's got its own cryptocurrency. This was the card tied to it, the Four of Pentacles. This means security. Holding on to your possessions, really just hunkering down. But this is also a card of flourishing, and this always means money a lot of times. Well, I shouldn't say always, but majority of the time. So a lot of you were maybe thinking, I have to really hold on to what I got. I'm afraid to let go of my fiat currency. I'm afraid to let go of my stocks. I'm afraid to trade them, cash in on them. I'm afraid to get rid of my 401k. I'm afraid to quit my job. I'm afraid to, COVID's going to take my job away. So more debilitating in a sense. In a sense, it was debilitating, but in the other sense, it was really holding on to things. And it can mean physical security, by the way. It doesn't have to necessarily mean debilitating. And a lot of you were like, wow, I can't believe we pulled that card. And you got, if you were part of that, that was the card pull. Okay? So, just checking your comments out here. Yeah, Sebastian Maniscalco is amazing. I love that guy. He's so funny. I love his stand-up. I can watch his stuff all the time. He talks about Uber. You ever taken Uber? And then he does the Subway, and he'll do Whole Foods. The Whole Foods skit's really funny. He's awesome. Guy's hilarious. Okay. So we almost have 100 of you here. Thank you for showing up, being here, and let's shuffle the cards. And let me see if I can get a really good song here, folks, to play, to focus on for 1 minute. Oh, this is pretty good, I think, right here. Okay. This is a pretty good warm-up song. All right, so I'm going to put my Telegram here. Now, folks, I want to just be really crystal clear, okay? If you contact me, tell me who you are, your name, okay? I don't just be like, hey, no, because most of you go by code names and aliases and all that kind of stuff, okay? And then please have a point. I mean, if you're going to contact me, please be respectful of my time. I mean, I'm not here to like pull cards for everybody, and that's what I do readings for. But if you have something you want to talk about, if you have something to ask me, I do give a lot of information away for free. But if I don't respond in the time frame that you feel is the most accommodating ways, please don't get upset. All right. There's my Telegram. That's how comfortable I am. And not everybody likes me. It's totally fine. You send me a message and tell me how much you don't like me. I'm going to get some thumbs down on this transmission. Whatever, it's all good. It's all energy. Helping build the empire. It's not my empire. It's our empire because we're all one. It's the way this works. All right, so does anybody have any suggestions for what question we should ask as a collective consciousness as I shuffle these cards? Because, we can just go with the classic. I'm going to think of something. Thanks, Jane, for your support. Appreciate you. So, we're almost the ending of this transmission, folks. Okay. I'm looking at your comments, folks. Folks, again, thanks for all your support, all your Patreons, donations. Carolyn's asking, will the power grids go down in the next year? That's going to be a really tough one. That's going to be a more yes or no, and that's going to be a more tougher one. Well, not necessarily, but I don't know. Does anybody have anything? Do we live in idiocracy? Will reptilians show themselves in the next 50 years? Folks, these questions, they're all good. But I'm still waiting for some comments to come down the pike. So I've got these cards shuffled. So what are we going to be asking as a question? Let's see. Got my big, nice piece of quartz crystal that I hold in my hand and meditate with. Will we find strong answers on our place in the universe? Okay. Anybody else? Sylvia and Flynn, thanks for joining. Much love over there to the Netherlands, my friends in the Netherlands. I love it, man. I got friends all over, and I'm so grateful. All of you are just amazing people. Flynn, Sylvia, you guys, much love to you guys over there in the Netherlands. Two really good people. Are we living in another person's dream? Okay. What's the next step of faith? Are we going to merge with AI, and will humanity survive? What does the rest of the century hold for the planet and humanity? Such good questions. I just don't know. If I pick one, I don't. What does the rest of the century hold for the planet and humanity? What is the rest of the century? All right, so let's go with Thomas Citrus's question. I really dig that, but Carolyn, what effects can the Earth experience over the next year? Well, that's going to be more of a one card pull there. Bulb. I haven't heard that research. No. Will the Georgia Guidestone plans be realized by 2099? Well, according to the Georgia Guidestones, the population is going to be reduced down quite a bit. They're counting on a cataclysm happening. How do you reduce the population from 8 billion down to 500 million? You tell me. If you haven't seen my Georgia Guidestones decoded, check it out. What is the most important resource we can utilize to progress? Steven, ever heard of Moldovan crystal? I've got a piece of Moldavite. Is that? Yeah, I have. Right there, brother. Moldavite. Got a piece. Actually, this piece right here, my buddy Devin gave to me. My brother Devin. It's a piece of a piece, and this is antimony. It's called stibnite. Antimony sulfide. Antimony all-seeing eye. I use this one when I meditate as well. I have my own little rituals that I do with my crystals, and maybe next time I'll share that with all of you on how to mess around with the cards and create a crystal grid, and how you can, open your dreams up on what I feel you can do. Maximus, what card represents mass human consciousness? Okay, that's interesting. Are we already chipped? Well, that's a really yes or no question, but yeah, you got to be careful about Moldavite too, because there's a lot of fake Moldavite going around out there, because there's only limited supplies of it, and it's a pretty popular stone. My buddy Devin he's really big into the stones. He used to be a NFL football player, and he's a healer now, and he's opening up. He's got some big plans anyway, but he's a really good guy, good friend of mine. Same birthday card as my sister, so big part of my code. That's how you know. That's why you should ask everybody you know, what's your card? Because if they're the same card as your sibling, that should tell you something. It's a big deal. All right, so I think we're going to go with, I think I had said I want to go with Thomas Citrus's question. I'm going to kind of revise that a little bit. Thomas, hope you don't mind. What is the rest of the century? See, I like these because it's really, the rest of the century, well, how about just till, a lot of people think that we're, how about this, folks? Why don't we use a little bit of what Thomas said and stuff? Why don't we do this, folks? We're in the year 2021. And let's go to 2029. So we have another, I'm sorry, 2030, excuse me, 2030. And that would give us another 9 years, another cycle. If it does, or 2031, excuse me. Am I 2030? Yeah, 2031. So another 9 year cycle. Let's just go with another 9 year cycle. How do you guys like this one? Let me know. Give me another 9 year cycle. How's another 9 year cycle going to look? Another decade. If we just bring it down to, what is another decade going to look like for all of us? How's that? Is that something you guys are okay with? I mean, all you guys and gals have some good questions. So Gorilla wants the summer of 2021. Well, we could do, okay, so folks, I'll leave it up to you. You want to do the next decade or you want to do this coming summer of 2021? Let's get your responses and I'm going to pull a card. So the next decade or the summer of 2021? I'm going to leave you a choice on that. Shorter time. Okay, so Carolyn wants the summer of 2021. So folks, give you that. And the next decade or how's the summer of 2021 looking? Just waiting for some of your responses. Summer. Okay, so we're going to do this, folks. All right, so definitely, okay. Summer. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. Thanks for your feedback, folks. All of you for participating. So we're going to do this. We're going to do a collective conscious poll, card poll. And we're going to do it on what is the upcoming summer/winter, depending on where you're at. If you're in the Tropic of Cancer, what is the upcoming summer going to look like for 2021? And then if you're in the Tropic of Capricorn, what is your winter going to look like? And I wanted to just tell all of you this. You see, summer and winter is where it's at. Nothing wrong with spring and fall. But summer and winter are the exact opposites in nature. Winter is contraction, summer is expansion. That would be the signs of Leo and Aquarius. That would be the numbers 11 and 5. So that's what I'm breaking this down to tell you, all of you. We're going to be doing a reading on the sign of Aquarius for some of you, and then the sign of Leo for others, in the sense of contraction and expansion. Even though we're moving all into the sign of Leo, we're all asking, how is this summer/winter looking for all of us in the entire world? All of you participating. Some of you may be in the Tropic of Capricorn. I'm in the Tropic of Cancer. Maybe you're in the Tropic of Capricorn. Okay, so this is good. And what I'm gonna do, folks, I like pulling out of the middle of the deck. Middle of the deck. Okay, so this was the final shuffle. So the cards have been put into place. So here's the deck. We know we're not going to get that card because it's at the bottom, but there's your deck. And somewhere in the middle is going to be the answer to this collective consciousness question. So what we're going to do, before I pull a card, I'm going to get you guys all ready. And we're going to do a 30-second meditation. All of you, please. I'm going to suggest, you don't have to, but I'm going to ask all of you, I'm going to jack the music up. And I'm just going to ask all of you a 30-second moment of silence. And what I want you to do is focus on what you feel this upcoming summer in the Tropic of Capricorn, winter in the Tropic of, summer in the Tropic of Cancer, winter in the Tropic of Capricorn. How do you feel it's going to look for you and the rest of the world? Not just you primarily, but what do you feel about the world and how it's going to be looking, whatever tropic you're in? Okay? So that's what we're going to do. So let me jack the music up. We're going to do 30 seconds and then I'm going to come right back. Okay, folks? So I'm just going to put my little screen on and I'll be right back. Whoops. Here we go. Here we go. 30 seconds. All right, folks. There was our 30 seconds. So I hope you got into that. Close your eyes. What's life going to be like for the world in this upcoming summer/winter in whatever part of the world you're at? Okay? Just looking through some of your comments. Okay. So here we go, folks. Middle of the deck. So here you go, folks. This was the card that we all pulled. The Ten of Wands. And this card right here is the Ten of Clubs in the Cards of Illumination, the 23rd card in the deck. The word crown, blood, history, all equal to the number 23. But it's primarily the tarot card that we all pulled, you know. We can do the little extension of that. But this card means taking the world upon your shoulders. Great responsibility. It's the person in the picture is carrying all the wands, all 10 of them. Can't get any more, but it's great responsibility. And those are the keywords. Let me give you some more keywords of this card, folks, because it's very fitting on what all of you feel that we're going to be moving towards in the summer/winter, depending on where you're at in the scheme of things on the tropics. But the keywords on another app I have is responsibility, burden, obligations, success, stress, because obviously there's a duality in there. So this card shows up when someone's enthusiasm has resulted in them taking on a lot of responsibility. So much responsibility that they feel overburdened or resentful because you get too much on your plate. When we try to do much, we're often unable to do it effectively. We're doing too much, we miss opportunities for growth and inspiration. We may even be at a risk of physical or emotional injury. So this card reminds us to pare down, remember our priorities, and eliminate the unnecessary. Take stock of your priorities. Is everything you do serving your ultimate goals, or have you acquired some habits that take your time and energy with very little payoff? So that's kind of one rendition of the Ten of Clubs, or the Ten of Wands. And I'm going to put this card into the chat for all of you to go and click on and read it. But another very fitting card for a collective consciousness card, if you ask me. And, again, I'm just going to gently remind all of you. Let me see. That please be prepared for everything. Don't get caught with your pants down. And maybe this is the warning from the code telling you to get more diverse. Maybe that's what it could mean. Don't be attached to anything. There's the card. Okay? And when this card comes up anyway, whenever I find it, it's, you can do it's when you take the world upon your shoulders, you can do it. But then it's a matter of how do you alleviate any kind of burdens and stress? Because folks, I'm telling you right now from experience, not just out of a book, I know for a fact that when you have a choice and you make it without having any kind of impingements on that choice, when you make that choice based solely upon no pressure, you're more likely to make a better situation, a better choice, and have a better outcome. But when you are forced, for instance, I'm going to give you a perfect example. When you go to the dentist, and the dentist says, you got a pretty deep cavity there, and we need to fix it. And you can't, for some reason, you're in a rush, you can't do it. Or I'll just put it off. It's okay. It's not bothering me right now. And then you don't fix it. And then you get an abscess. You're jacked. Your face swells up. Some people have to have pieces that are gum removed. It can be a nightmare. Okay? Then you have to get a root canal and so you end up coming out of pocket. Now you're forced to spend $1,000 on a root canal, whereas if you would have just did the cavity, it would cost you $150. That's the example I'm giving you. Don't get caught with your pants down. Be prepared. Be attached to nothing. Get diverse. Is it guaranteed that we're going to move into crypto? No, it's not. But it's less likely that we stay on through the fiat currency system than it is that we move into crypto. There's more chances of us moving to crypto than there is us staying with a fiat currency system. Your odds are not in your favor by staying in the fiat currency system because the nation's in debt and there's no way to recover that debt. The handwriting's been on the wall. We've been given that. Been telling us that. So just be prepared. And that card is taking the world upon your shoulders, having burdens. Folks, you don't want to go to the dentist because you got an abscess and you're shelling out $1,000 you don't have. And you're having to go borrow it from somebody because you didn't take action today to fix your cavity. That's the message I want to tell you. Okay, I just want to tell you that. I'm not saying I'm right, yet I'm not saying I'm wrong. I'm just being neutral to this. But yesterday, if you haven't seen the article I put out, China released their cryptocurrency officially, April 17th. Just came out yesterday. And I didn't put it out there to rub in anybody's faces. I didn't put it out there to say, I'm right and you're wrong. I'm putting it out there to let all of you know this is where I think the world's going to go. And if you're going to be taking the world upon your shoulders and having a heavy burden with this card, don't get caught with your pants down, okay? Don't go to the dentist and have to get an abscess fixed and spend $1,000 where you could have fixed it for $150. But you just didn't want to spend the money, or you're too lazy, or you put it off. And don't keep putting this stuff off. Be prepared. Okay, be prepared. And you got to start looking at things to where we know the code's fixed. Most of you that are on this transmission, you know the code is rigged, it's fixed. It was written before we got here. So you got to use common sense and logic with that. And we know we can't take books literal, like they literally are going to happen. They're allegories. And those books that are so popular on the world stage, remember, I'm just going to remind you folks, Broad and space. If you like theology, I'm neutral to it. I know there's truths in everything, so I cherry pick. But the one scripture that I always go back to is it says, broad and spacious is the road leading off into destruction. Doesn't mean death and you're going to go to brimstone and fire. That's not what it means. But broad and spacious means the most popular. What is the most popular thing on the world stage today? What are the most popular things? It's not crypto. Nope. Not even close. In economics, it's still fiat currency. It's stocks. Everybody's in the stock market. Oh my God, it's on an all-time high. Dow Jones. People are waiting for their stimulus checks. And then what else is popular on the world stage? What are the big conglomerates that control? They have a lot of control. What is the broad and spacious part of those areas? What's the most popular book on the world stage today? What's the broad and spacious book? You got to think about these things, folks. And you got to put them into context. Because it's all about apex predators and survival of the fittest. There's a lot of truth to that, folks. Okay? That's all I'm saying. So that's my suggestion. But again, folks, great card we all pulled. I mean, the 10 of clubs. I mean, the 10 of wands. Taking the world upon your shoulders. Great responsibility. You got this is what you guys and gals are thinking. Great responsibility. Burdens coming your way. Like, oh, I'm going to be faced with these heavy burdens on me. A lot of you are feeling this because you have jobs, and the jobs is going to force you to get the vaccination. Otherwise, you're not going to be able to work at that job anymore. Some of you are going to have to face that. That's this card. Heavy burden. Big choice to make. Okay? So that's what I wanted to address to everybody here tonight. That's what I wanted to address to everybody here tonight is just really try to make your life as easy as you possibly can. Stand your ground. Draw your line in the sand. Stand up for yourself. And really stop giving people energy that don't deserve it. If you want politics to go away, stop talking about politics. Stop watching the debates. Stop watching the news on CNN. Stop giving that stuff energy. Stop talking about Biden and Trump and Kamala Harris and all that stuff. Every time you talk about them, you give them energy. They're not talking about you. You're not getting any energy back. You're just giving them your energy, and they're taking it, and they own you. If you talk about the vaccine, you give the vaccine energy. You keep it alive. Now, I realize it's just more than just me and you. We're little pebbles in the beach. But we're talking about your pebble on the beach. Essentially, you're the whole beach, but you're the pebble at the same time. That's where the controversy, that's where the contradiction comes in. You're the whole beach, yet you're the pebble. So like if you have automatically said, you know what? I'm not taking the vaccine. That's it. I'm not doing it. Great. Move on with your life. Move on. Okay, cool. You're not going to do it. Up yours. I'm not taking it. It's my choice. It's my human right to not do it. Cool. You know, there'll be consequences because you may not be able to go into a store because that store owner is not allowing anybody to come in that doesn't have the vaccine. You may not be able to shop there anymore. You got to be okay with that. Are you going to be okay with that? Will there be a surplus of stores that won't care? They're going to be, I'm sure there's going to be some stores that don't really give a shit. There are some stores that say, if you drop your mask in the trash, I'm going to give you a discount. They're fighting back. It's just really funny, right? But the big stores, the Costco's, Safeways, Ralph's, Whole Foods, Trader Joe's, are these, and I'm purely speculating, are they going to mandate you to have a shot to go shop at their place? American Airlines, United Airlines, Delta Airlines, Emirates Airlines, Volaris, Aussie Airlines, are they going to make you have the shot to go on the plane? It's very possible they will. That's going to be their last force card, part of the code, to see how far they're going to push you. I know some of you work at jobs, and they're pushing you into a corner. They're painting you into a corner, and that's your code. That's your code. You got to deal with it. So some of you may be forced to really live through this card that you participated in this group reading, and you feel like, man, I have a lot of obligation coming down my way. I don't know what I'm going to do. You can feel it coming. You work in corporate America, and you have a feeling. You're assuming, you don't know if it's definitely true. There are a lot of uncertainties right now, but are they going to mandate? Some of these companies will. And you may be forced to walk away from that and walk away from a lot of stability that you have in your life right now. Tough calls for some of you. So, Maximus, cruise lines are mandatory. I don't know what it's going to look like, folks. No one has the answers. We can see some of the handwriting on the wall. We can see that they're mandating things. And then, you get all these people, that's the mark of the beast. And folks, you already got the mark. You're a human being. We're little beasts down here. We're animals. We're all animals. Little devils running around down here. Just how far down the devil hole do you want to go? You got to draw your line at sometimes. Some people don't consider alcoholism drinking a couple times a week. Some people would consider it that. It's your moral obligation to believe what you want. It's you who's got to define what you believe is a certain limit. And it's you that's going to define your reality, not me, not anybody else. The only person that's going to save you is you. Just remember that. Just remember when you fly in an airlines and they say if the plane goes down and you have a child next to you, you put the mask on yourself first. Some of you don't do that. Some of you are paying too much attention on trying to be a people pleaser and trying to make yourself accepted because you feel like you're not accepted in this world. And so you'll try to put the mask on somebody else first and just forget about yourself. And you got to stop doing that part of your code. You got to start putting some time into you and taking care of yourself. Some of you don't take care of yourselves because you're too busy taking care of other people. What about yourself? You can't take care of other people if you don't take care of yourself. Right? So we just don't know where we're going, folks. Some of you saying we're going to turn into a communist country. Folks, we don't know where we're going to go. We just don't know. There's so many. Look, I had mentioned to all of you earlier, if you were on the broadcast this long, I had said I have a friend of mine who's got a major in economics. He's got his PhD, super smart, and we're going to talk about crypto. And he thinks that we're moving into the golden age. He feels that when the economy does go back to ground zero, many people will have the ability to finance their projects. I mean, in essence, with the way crypto is now, folks, if you're investing in it, the amount of money that they're saying they're going to go up to, people will become millionaires overnight, like that. It will just be jumped that quickly. But the difference is not enough people are getting into crypto because they're too afraid to get into crypto. So they're just like, I'm just not going to do it. I'm not going to do anything at all. So my friend and I, when we doing this podcast, I'm hoping to do this podcast. It's not even guaranteed I'm going to do that. But anyway, folks, it's possible that we will move into the golden age. That's what my friend thinks. We're going to move into the golden age. Things will become beautiful again. The reset will happen. Right now, he believes that the bad guys, the black hats, are being removed from the world stage. That's what he believes. He's a big proponent of the Law of One material, which I really fancy, the Law of One material, because I know we're all one. And maybe that Ra, aka Ta and Sekhmet, have superiority over all the other stories that got plagiarized from the ancient Egypt stories. But nonetheless, folks, he thinks we're moving into the golden age. And if we're moving into the golden age and crypto is the golden age, what does that tell you about crypto? There's nothing dead about it. Crypt means going in. Crypt. The crypt. Going inside. Doesn't mean going into a coffin. It means going in. It means going into the digital and going into the quantum, going into computers. That's what crypto means. It doesn't mean dead currency. That's not what it means. You may think that's what it means, and maybe in your world it does. But if you know economics and you know what the whole terminology is of it, it means going into the digital world. That's what it means. And folks, all of you have been using plastic cards to do your purchases from. When you go online to Amazon, I know a lot of you are Amazon advocates. Do you mail them dollar bills? No. You plug in your credit card number. It's saved in your Amazon account, and then you just click pay with this card, and then you pay for your item, and then they send you your item. Was there any exchange going on? No, it's all digital already. So folks, I hate to break it to some of you that don't like the crypto. You've been using crypto already. It just hasn't been finalized because it's still stuck in fiat currency. All they're doing is eliminating that and moving it into a new tier, a new platform. Taking the old sneaker and moving it into a new one. You know, you've bought that new car and you're like, oh, you know what? I've had this car for 20 years. It's time for a new car. Is the old car bad? No, but it just you need a new car. See, the fiat currency is outdated. It's just outdated. So there's going to be a new one. What happened to records? Why are people not? I mean, people still do, but what happened to 8-track players? Who here plays music through the 8-track? Some of you may, but most of you don't. You use MP3s. You're using technology. Some of you curse technology and yet you use it all the time. Such a paradox. Most of you do not write letters and lick a stamp and put it in an envelope and mail it off with the post office. You use email. The majority of you do not read a hardcover map. You use navigation. Google Maps. You don't spin records. You use MP3s. Folks, that's the evolution of technology. And if you consider that evil, well, I mean, I guess we'd have to learn about your definitions. Because the natural evolution of this world, folks, as we can see, is man is doing this. That's all you see. Everything's going into this. Now, I don't know what that looks like beyond that, but everything's going into this. And whatever it looks like on the other end, I have no clue. I just can only speculate. Okay. Jane is saying metal currency. That means it goes through computer. Excuse me, I don't understand that. But metal currency, physical metal currency, not going to happen. Not going to happen. You will get we're getting on a, folks, you got to understand, we're getting on a physicality. Folks, do you realize none of you use cash? I don't know how you cannot comprehend some of this, some of you. None of you hand cash over to somebody on the other end of Amazon. None of you, most of you shop online. You don't use hard cash, coins to pay for your purchases. It's all digital. that's being replaced by a better and new system. New sneaker. You don't wear the same underwear you've had for 20 years. You don't wear the same bra, ladies. You ladies don't have the same bra 20 years ago. The same blouse, the same dress. Do you still own those? And what would you keep them for? Sentimental values? I know you ladies love your new wardrobes. You know, love to get your nails painted. Hairstyles. If you just use that same exact format, why would you think we're just going to continually move into the new age with the same exact money system? It's ludicrous thinking, and it's very ignorant, and it's going to get you into trouble. That's what I know. Money does not exist. We live in the age of 3D printing. I'm just reading all your comments, folks. Yeah, lucky digger. No electricity, no crypto. Yeah, no electricity, no nothing, folks. Folks, like I said, I don't know about you. I don't know about you, but I'm not interested in living off the land and living in a tent and getting all dirty and not having the perks of air condition and a bed to sleep on and a mattress. And I'm not interested in that. And I don't think any of you would be either. I think farming is totally cool. I think getting out in nature and planting seeds is totally cool. I'm totally all about that. Growing your own food, absolutely. But if you think that most people are interested in living off the land and having a windmill power up and going out to the bathroom with a flashlight, folks, come on. Really? Is that really where your mindset's at? Some of you really think that. I just don't get it. I really, really don't. So anyway, folks, we're moving into the digital age. That's what I'm sticking with right now. Denise Marks, I've never done my hair or nails. Yeah, but you don't wear the same pair of panties you've had 20 years ago either. You change it up. Yeah, I'm not interested in tent living. I like the perks. I like my air conditioning. I like my comfy bed. I like my pillow. I like my bamboo sheets. I like my electricity. I like this technology that you guys all get to use to watch this transmission. I get to hear your great comments. So we have to be able to find a way to merge technology and artificial intelligence with the human consciousness. That's how I would see it. I'm not saying for robots to completely take over, but I'm saying is there has to be a way to merge the two together, because we're doing it now, folks. I'm using a computer, artificial intelligence, to get my broadcast out to you. I can't do this without artificial intelligence. Does that make my computer evil? No. Think about it, folks. Use your common sense and logic. It's really something people don't use these days. Use your common sense and logic. Anyway, folks, I think I'm going to end this transmission. I've been going for quite a long time. And I wanted to thank all of you for joining in tonight. Thank you so very much for your contributions, your donations, your Patreons, your support, all of those of you that have gotten readings from me. Thank you very much for your support on there. You know who you are. Those of you that want readings, just send me an email, decodeyourreality@gmail.com, and I'll send you my website. I haven't released it. I have a new brand coming out. I haven't released that yet. A lot of good things in the works. So, but anyway, folks, what else can I say in my last parting words? Yeah, if you want this t-shirt, go to thehealersproject.com. It's the yin yang shirt. There's some stuff on sale, limited edition human t-shirts. Get your limited edition human t-shirts. Tell the world you're a limited edition human. Support the mission. For those of you that maybe are considering coming to Mexico, it looks like tentatively I am going to be going to see Santos and all that brother and sisterhood over there in Cancun in the month of May. I don't know exactly when. I don't have any dates finalized, but I'm going to be going over to the Cancun area probably in the month of May. So I will be announcing that if you want to join us over there and come out on a vacation. We're going to be having some nice syncretism going on. I'll be doing some stuff with Santos. We're doing some lives, some podcasts, all that kind of stuff. It'd be a lot of fun. So if you're interested in coming to Mexico and you feel the urge to do it, tomorrow's not guaranteed, folks. Take a vacation. Tomorrow's not guaranteed. What other announcements can I make? I got for Decodes I got coming out. I have Prison Planet coming out. I'm working on that decode, and just enjoy the ride, folks. Enjoy the ride. That's it. Life's a big contradiction. So I got that decode coming out. I got some more how to decode your name through the Francis Bacon cipher. Got some good stuff coming out. So anyway, folks, I'm tapped. It's 3 o'clock in the morning. I'm probably talking too loud. My neighbors are probably, well, my neighbors probably don't care because they can't hear me. I'm not talking that loud. But anyway, folks, I'm tapped and I am going to sign off for tonight. I didn't do any phone calls tonight, so my apologies to those of you that did call in. I had some missed calls, but I didn't take any phone calls tonight. But next time we'll do that. But I'm glad that we get to do this collective consciousness reading, and I'm probably going to start doing these once a week. They're a lot of fun. Maybe we can start doing a 13 card spread and do that as a collective consciousness. I don't know. But anyway, folks, that's all I got for today or tonight or this morning, wherever you're at in the world, man. Thanks for all your support. Thanks for everything that all of you bring to the table, all your great decoders. And again, my request, last thing I want to tell you is, if you have a great stand-up comedian skit that's like 5 minutes, 10 minutes or less, email it to me. If that's on YouTube, send me the link. I'm interested. I'm all about laughing these days, folks. I want to hear them. I want to hear your stand-up. Let's all get into laughter, folks, because life's just a one big joke. All right? So, folks, that's all I got for today, tonight, this morning. My name is Logan. This is Decode Your Reality. I thank each and every one of you for watching. Until next time, folks.